This is a reading of the special document that was released recently because I've seen people talk about how they were unable to read it, like sit down and read it on their own. So I'm hoping this is a helpful way for people to really get through the entire thing. Obviously, there are summaries available if you still want those. Please support Bren in any way that you can. Content warning. This document contains discussion of sexual assault, coercive sexual content, emotional abuse, trauma bonding, suicidal ideation, suicide attempts, false accusations, public humiliation, and photographic evidence of physical marks left on my body. Please read with care. I am no longer null, aka Ren. I quit working on his game due to psychological abuse and being overworked back during summer 2025. I was manipulated into believing I was in the wrong for quitting, and it was framed as me forcing him to fire me. I was blocked by the team, exiled from all servers, and told I was too unstable and a liability to be around. Not long after, he decided we should reconnect. He befriended me again for his own benefit, conditioned me to not think too much of physical content, and took his chances to get me alone with him. On the night of September 3rd, 2025, in San Jose, California, 2 days before RDC began, Zeal, developer of Crush on Roblox, sexually assaulted me in my hotel room. I had been crying, and he had offered to come to my room to comfort me and hug me after over an hour of constant crying. I was emotionally exhausted and completely alone with him. I went limp and nonverbal. I did not consent. He pinned my arms above my head. He did not stop. I did not think much of it and assumed good faith, unable to process what had happened to me yet. During the second night, a day after, when I was trying to talk to him about respecting me, he placed his bare penis against my intimate area and said, "Don't worry, I won't put it in. I just want to feel." I became scared immediately. I was afraid he was going to ignore what he had just said and penetrate me anyway. At that moment, I was terrified of becoming pregnant and felt completely unsafe. I remember silently praying that he would not do it. No penile penetration happened in both nights, but he did everything else. The following morning, RDC morning, I discovered marks on my neck that I had not fully noticed the night before. Seeing them caused me immediate distress. I told him that I had never wanted this and asked him what he had done. He laughed in my face and said, "Don't worry. Roblox devs get no pussy. They don't know what that is." I have photos of the marks on my neck taken the same day. Some were taken fresh, some after I tried to cover them with concealer, and some later as they began to heal. Even under concealer, the discoloration was still visible, yellowed in places, and later turned bluish with a raised, bruised appearance. They itched, they hurt, they were unmistakable for what they were. I was scared when I saw them. I never wanted them on my body. He made fun of my attempt to come forward about it. What followed caused me to attempt suicide on the night of the Roblox Awards. He then reconnected with me again after I survived and went home safely, after telling me he never wanted to see me again for further sexting, manipulation, and damage control. Therapy helped me cut him off, recognize what he had done to me, and processed everything over the past 6 months. This document is the result of all the healing, processing, and my strength to finally come forward. I will not be scared into silence any further. This document is a record of everything, before, during, and after. It contains screenshots and a documented pattern of behavior in the weeks leading up to RDC. It contains a full account of what he did to me. It contains physical proof of the marks he left on my body, and it contains what happened after. The members of his team who knew what he did chose to protect him anyway and worked to spin the story against me to keep their cash cow safe. I am aware of what coming forward with something like this means. There will be people who will try to scare me into silence again, who will misread or deliberately misrepresent what I've written here in this document or on social media. People who will try to pay me further after this is released. People who will try to spin a story to protect them. People who will attempt to discredit me, cut by my words, find loopholes in my accounts, or use my own pain against me. People who will say I'm doing this for attention, for clout, out of bitterness. I have thought about it, and I'm not scared about it anymore. None of it changes what happened to me. None of it changes what this document contains. It is ugly. Despite all of that, I still believe that bringing this forward is the right thing to do. People deserve to know who they are supporting. It's scary. It is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. I am 22 years old, and I've had my fair share of hurts, and this has been one of the worst things that's ever happened to me in my lifetime. Staying silent only protects him and his accomplices, and I have spent long enough doing that. This is what must be done, and I hope that what I've put together protects many future victims he already has his eyes on for the next RDC. Preface. The document is part of my healing. It is not a call out for drama. It is not entertainment, and my life is not a show. If you are here to spectate, to screenshot the gossip, or to treat this life like your new episode of the Roblox Dev Drama TV show, please leave. I am not a story. This happened to my body. I am still living inside this body and breathing. Treat it with the weight it deserves, or don't treat it at all. I learned that it's not selfish to do this for me. I deserve peace in mind and for the truth to be shown. I deserve to stop feeling scared for those people. Of those people. He will forever be more horrifying than any of his horror projects to me, and I wish to stop fearing him. Or you tell me what he said. Any apology at this point I will not accept. If it wasn't said when the harm was happening, it is damage control, not guilt. They made sure to show they feel nothing but deep hatred for me and only care for their public image. On Darvo, deny. If you were to say none of this actually happened here, the record speaks for itself. Attack. He or people he knows may try to discredit me. None of that changes what happened. Reverse victim and offender. I am not going to let him make this about him. He is no victim. His own words prove he knew what he was doing. The term victim renounces him. To you reading this, if Zeal genuinely cared about people who play his game, who follow his work, and who have invested something of themselves into what he creates, he would not have done what he did to me. The same person who created something that millions of people love is the person who left marks on my body without my consent, then walked out of my hotel room and made a joke about it. That is not something I can resolve for you, but it's something you deserve to know. What he did in private, when no one was watching and there was nothing to protect, is what this document is about. I also want to say this. Putting all of this together has made everything feel very real. It was already real, but this is different. Having it organized and laid out and documented in this format is something I cannot look away from. It's a little too real life for me sometimes. It scares me. I'm still scared as I write this. I just think it needs to exist anyway. What I am not asking for. I am scared that he will hurt himself. That is not something I expected to feel and not something I expected to write here, but it's true. And I will not hide it because it makes the picture complicated. I do not want Zeal to die. If something happened to him, I know I would cry. I know I would feel it. I do not fully understand that, but I am not going to lie about it to seem more consistent. I know it might seem strange or even selfish for me to say this, given that I have attempted to end my own life, but I was saved. I sought help. I am still here. One outcome I do not want from this document is his death. I want him to face what he did. I want him to take responsibility, and I want him to get help. I hope he does. Sometimes I miss a version of him that I am no longer sure was ever real. We were friends years before any of this, and I find myself going back through those years, wondering whether what I saw then was always a filtered version, whether the hotel room was just the first time the filter slipped, or whether the game would change something in him, or whether it did not change him but revealed him, brought something to the surface that had always been underneath. I genuinely do not know which one is true. What I do know is true is that whoever that person he was, he is not there anymore. I have had to ground myself in that, but the grief of it is separate from the harm, and I'm allowed to carry both. You deserve to know who you are supporting. Keeping this hidden would not have made it go away. Silence does not heal anything. It does not undo what happened. It does not protect the next person he decides to do this to. It only protects him, and I have spent long enough protecting him. You have a right to know who you are giving your time, your attention, and your support to, not the version he performs online. The real one. What you do with that information is entirely your choice, but I refuse to be the reason you never had the chance to make that choice. On his preemptive mockery. Before I even began writing this, he had already tried to stop it. Before RDC, within a few days, he was leaving. As he was leaving after sexually assaulting me in my own hotel room, he said, "Can't wait for the Google Doc in 5 years," in the most obnoxious tone a man could have. If you know him, you know how his voice sounds when he says such obnoxious things. That comment seemed like a joke at first, but it feels like it turned out that it was a preemptive attempt to make the idea of me coming forward feel predictable, pathetic, and unreasonable, since he's always made sure to convince me that I wasn't stable, a liability to be around, and too mentally ill to handle, that I'm crazy. But he's doing God's work tolerating me, and that nobody will ever tolerate me as much as he did. His Google Docs joke was meant to make me feel small before I even thought it through, that I kept denying need for a document. I denied everything until the stage of denial wore off, and I started vomiting more, knowing and accepting what happened to me was ugly, fearing the fact that someone I thought was so close to me actually did something so disgusting. My body that I see in the mirror every time I take a shower looks like an alien now. I feel ugly, broken, and used now. I feel that I am as good as a corpse. My therapist and psychiatrists are doing their best to help me through this, and so are my friends. Context and power imbalance. Who is Zeal? Zeal is the creator of Pressure, one of the most played games on Roblox. I was the music composer, but I want to say something honest about how I saw us. I never saw him as some big popular figure I was lucky to be close to. I never walked into that friendship looking up at him that way. I still saw him that I still saw him as the same person I always had made things with, just angrier and further away from who he used to be. That said, it was still a relationship of unequals, not because I placed him above me, but because the structure around him was real. Whether I acknowledged it or not, he had the platform, community, the team. I had a role within something he owned. I moved carefully around him because of that, even when I did not consciously name it for what it was. One does not need to declare one's power to utilize it. We never dated. He never wanted that, despite being the one who initiated and continued everything between us. So when I say relationship, I do not mean it in a romantic or official sense. I do not fully know what we were. I am not sure there is a word for it, and I have stopped trying to find one. A direct address to Zeal. Zeal, I beg of you, please, do not harm yourself or others around you because of this document. Don't self-harm. Don't kill yourself. It will not make things better for you or for those who love you. If you even care, and do not yell at or harm anyone else around you from the team or your friends or family. I know you have reacted in the past with your anger. I would like you to go into therapy. I would also like you to be honest about your actions and your manipulative ways. I would like you to recognize what was wrong with what you did and stop denying it. The world does not revolve around you. Care, love, and hurt. I'm certainly not going to deny that at one point in time I had feelings for him. He has used those feelings for his benefit and as part of keeping me in an endless cycle of pain. I continue to stay with him to endure this pain because I truly believe that he was capable of changing and trying to be the best version of himself. The fact is, he made that choice not to. Saying that I had feelings for him does not make excuses for what he did. It simply showed how much he abused my hope and my patience. Stockholm Syndrome is a bitch. Cognitive dissonance can drive you insane. Before you continue, on September 3rd, 2025, Zeal sexually assaulted me. He did not ask. He did not warn me. He did not check if I wanted it. I was crying, exhausted, and nonverbal when it happened. There was no ambiguity. In the pages after this, you are going to see me sound like someone who wanted to be there. I sound affectionate. I sound willing. I ask him on a date. I tell him I would spend anything to see him again. And I will go along an arrangement where he gets to keep sleeping with me without ever calling it what it is. I need you to understand what was already done to me before those messages were sent. For months, Zeal ran a pattern on me. He would be warm, then vanish. He would put me in, then go silent. He would make me feel like the most important person in this world, then disappear for days. Every time he came back, I was more grateful. Every time he pulled away, I tried harder. By the time I was in that hotel room, I had already been trained to prioritize his comfort over my own safety. That training did not stop after the assault. It got worse. What you are about to read is not consent. It is what happens when someone has been conditioned over months to believe that the only way to keep a person from leaving is to give them whatever they want. It is what happens when the person who hurt you is also the only person who made you feel seen. When your brain cannot hold both of those truths at the same time, it picks the one that lets you survive. I picked the one that let me keep it. Trauma bonding is not a choice. It's what your brain does when the source of your pain is also the source of your comfort. The warmth and the violence come from the same person, and your body stops being able to tell them apart. You do not stay because you are stupid. You stay because your body has learned that leaving feels like dying. Every apology I made, every boundary I walked back, every time I said it's fine or sure or I don't mind waiting, I was doing exactly what you spent months teaching me to do. I am asking you to hold that while you read what comes next. On my diagnosed BPD, I am diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or or BPD. BPD affects emotional regulation, attachment, or fear of abandonment, and the intensity with which a person can experience relationships and rejection. In my case, that matters a lot, and it made me more vulnerable to intermittent reinforcement, self-blame, and staying emotionally attached even when I was being harmed. It is easy to villainize people with BPD and never think they could be a victim, and easily manipulated due to the need for reassurance and a state of constant worry. I am not including this to excuse anything I or he did, or to suggest that my diagnosis caused what happened. I am including it because people often weaponize mental health diagnosis to discredit victims, especially when those victims stayed attached, minimize harm, or struggle to leave. My diagnosed BBT helps me explain why this looks insane and not normal, why it was easier to keep me hooked through pain. It does not make the events in this document any less of what it was. It does not erase screenshots, timelines, physical evidence, or what he or others said and did to me. And before RDC, documented evidence. What follows is a timestamp record of messages leading up to RDC. Screenshots are in chronological order. Names of non-complicit third parties have been redacted. Some of this will look minor on its own. A message about meeting up, a comment about physical contact, a redirect. Taken one at a time, each moment could be explained away. That is how patterns work. They look like nothing until you step back and see the full picture. I put this together carefully and on purpose. It all connects. Please read it in full before deciding what it means. There were a lot of screenshots in the document, around 235-ish. I know it looks like a lot. One message on its own means nothing. But when you see them all together, you start to see what I saw too late. Please do not skim through it. A note on blocked messages. Lines that say blocked messages appear because I haven't blocked. I have clicked show on every single one. Nothing is hidden. June 29, 2025. Attempt to exit the dynamic. I sent a goodbye message referencing having been called a burden and experiencing suicidal ideation in prior months. This shows that I already had tried to leave. With no acknowledgement of the prior distance and cut off, We reconnect. The same day we reconnected, he invited, then blocked me from his development career, uh, development server. This is work only, or want to keep it professional, while inviting to himself in my community server. Immediately after excluding me, he asked if I would be at RDC. The following image is from my departure from pressure and attempt to cut him off for good. August 11, 2025, new engagement, reconnection, and access control. Discord message. So tomorrow midnight at 12 a.m. Edit. Ever since you said I've been a burden to you back in that group chat, I wish I never went to you when I was suicidal months ago. I thought you were my friend for the longest time, for all those years, yet I never knew your favorite color. What you like to eat never could comfort you. I guess this life either changed you, or I've never known you from the start. You could potentially screenshot this, send it to Zero, and ask her to help you figure out what you should think of this. Of me, manipulative, writing something to make you feel sad and upset you. Ignore him, he's sick, maybe. I do not like how she controls you, but like you always say, I digress. Ren, the big bad, once again, is trying to make you cry, to make you upset, to make you sad, ruining your day, making you miserable. I'm sorry if that's the case, if that's how you feel, or what you're being told to feel. Thank you for everything regardless. End of Discord message. So tomorrow midnight at 12 a.m. What's the timing of when my last album was released? June 29, 2025. 12 a.m. was the timing of the final album release. My goodbye message to Zeal. August 11, reconnected back. August 11, 4:53 to 5:01 p.m. Reconnection. I sent a photo of the nails and invited him into my server. Discord message. Zeal. Hi, Black Nails. Ren. Hi. Want to meet out sometime? I hang out with Wales often and we play games. Zeal. I'm about to drive an hour to a birthday, so not right now. Ren. Oh, of course not right now, just sometime. I'd love to join back where you are or invite you to my server on both. Zeal then sent an invite. August 11, 8:23 p.m. Zeal invites me to his dev server, then retracts that. This is work only, so you can join, sorry, while inviting himself to my community server. The following image is a Discord message of Ren sending the community server invite. If not, also there's a lot of people maybe. I also need to be verified. Zeal, talk to fellow staff. This is work only. Want to keep it professional, so you can't join. Sorry. End of Discord message. There's a second image of a Discord message. Ren? Oh, damn, okay. Do they not like me anymore? Zeal, this is a work-only server. It's only for employees. Ren, so they don't call and play games in there anymore? I'm really sorry for everyone, but I didn't mean to hurt anybody. I just wanted to fix things. Zeal, we do, but we want to keep it so it's only employees, so it doesn't end up like contributors. Too many friends were invited and it distributed work. Ren, so only people who work on pressure are best friends. Zeal, what? Ren, I'm sorry. I mean to like, I just don't know how to hang out if I don't know if you're available. That's how. Zeal, you don't work on pressure anymore, so you can't be on the server. In response to Ren saying, people who work on pressure are best friends. Joining your server. In response to Ren saying, I don't know how to hang out if I don't know if you're available. Ren then responds with, yeah, me and Wales have been playing Fallout New Vegas. We also played Peak. Would you like to play Peak sometime when you're not busy? August 11, 8:34 to 8:43 p.m. I questioned the exile. Discord message from Zeal. The game doesn't look interesting to me. Will you bet RDC? Ren, yes, I got my visa. This message is from 8:45 to 8:52 p.m., where after immediately excluding Ren from the server, Zeal asks if they will be at RDC. August 12th, 2025, getting access to my own relationships. I asked whether I can apologize to Zero. He gains access with one word. 3:38 to 3:39 p.m. I asked permission to apologize to a friend after taking time away from the team and was denied. Ren, how's Zero doing? Zeal, not good. Ren, is it a bad timing right now for me to apologize for blocking her during that time when I was doing the good? Zeal, yes. August 24th, 2025, coordinating proximity at RDC. Zeal asks which day I'll arrive at RDC. When I answer, he responds enthusiastically that we arrive at the same time, then immediately shares his hotel. This coordination was deliberate. 2:46 to 3:36 p.m. Zeal asked, when will you get to RDC, or which day? On learning we arrive at the same time, which is 1st of September at night, he says, same time as me, then shares his hotel, Marriott. August 24th to 25th, 2025. Physical contact framing begins. The language of physical contact at RDC is introduced here. It was not my language first, it was his. Over the following days, it will appear dozens of times in increasingly explicit forms. 3:36 to 3:41 p.m. Zeal confirms hotel. I was at the Westin. I shared a photo of my friend's camera equipped for RDC and talk about my other friends and our meetup plans. Discord message from Ren. I'm been the one in front of it, the Westin. Marriott was fully booked when I was gonna book. All RDC people there. Even blank. Me and blank are gonna be in Weston. I'm also bringing silly blank snacks, and blank's gonna film us reaching and stuffs. And blank 2 is coming. Blank bought a cool ass fucking camera so I can take photos of everything and everyone since I'm the only photographer in the group with college classes. Wanna meet up with me and Blank on the 2nd? Unless you have plans. Blank said he'd picking me up from the airport on the 1st. Zeal, we got whale watching, but I'm sure there will be on time. I'm sure there will be time. Ren, what's whale watching? Zeal, hockey. 5:55 to 5:56 p.m. Zeal says, I'm gonna push you at RDC. Ren responds with, wow. August 25th, 2025, selective engagement. I shared my music and vulnerability about my creative work. Zeal responds with 2 words. Notice the contrast. Extended messages about plans to handle my body RDC. A 2-word response to my self-creative disclosure. 5:58 to 6 p.m. I shared my music. Not good enough yet, or lacking. Zeal response with, okay, good luck. No further engagement. 6:08 to 6:11 p.m. RDC plans discussed. Zeal at 6:11 p.m. I'm gonna meet you and pick you up and throw you around. Second statement of planned physical contact in one day. In the Discord message, Zeal, so stupid. Ren, idiot. She's so me. Do you know killing a character is when you look at a character and go, they're like me, they're me but character. I kin her, yeah. Zeal says, I know that. I find it silly but I don't mind. What are your plans for RDC? Ren, to be honest, not too sure. Blank is planning stuffs, but I don't know really. I want to meet up with Cyborg. Hope he's still up for it because we said we'd go to a cafe. Zeal, I'm gonna meet you and pick you up and throw you around. 6:11 to 6:13 p.m. Ren says, I like being picked up and thrown around. I am in fact a creature. Note, this verbal statement in a playful online chat context was later used as an implicit justification. It is not consent to being grabbed without greeting in public. 2 explicit statements of planned physical contact ignored normal conversation. In the image, Ren, you may do that. I like being picked up and thrown around. I am in fact a creature. Blank said, we're gonna meet up with David, CEO. I'm like, can I tell him his platform success? He's like, yeah. Zeal, don't do that. Do not do that. Ren, I'm kidding. Zeal, do not tell the CEO that the platform you've been on sucks ass. 6:16 to 6:19 p.m. Ren says, I finally feel normal about you again. I was happy despite enduring an absolute abusive workplace, which I successfully escaped. In the image, Ren, he, it's nice. Being silly friends again. I finally feel normal about you again. I don't know, something about working made it not feel normal now. It's finally normal. Yeah. Zero also tells us he's so happy and I'm glad my friend is silly happy. Win-win. This means I can meet my friend Zero next year at RDC. August 26 to 28, the soft content pattern. Zero begins sending soft content, primarily rabbit bunny videos cuddling and memes with captions like, can we do this? Me too, Ren, you're so bunny. I'm squishing you. You're getting squished and carried. This is documented across multiple days. The same soft content pattern is also sent to other women in his circle. See note below. 10:22 p.m. Zeal sends a photo of 2 kittens curled together. Caption, can we do this? 5:48 p.m. I send a photo of a white rabbit eating from a bowl. Zeal replies, you. 5:46 to 5:50 p.m. Zeal replies to my message with a photo of a tiny buddy eating with a spoon. You. I sent a photo of 2 bunnies sitting together. Caption, literally us, with us at RDC, dot 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 dot. 5:35 p.m. Zeal, you're a dumb rat. I'm gonna squish you at RDC. Third explicit statement of planned physical contact. Sorry. August 30th, 2025, 1:58 to 2:52 a.m. I'm gonna pick you up and kick you around. Between 1:58 and 2:52 a.m. on August 30th, in a single overnight conversation, Zeal makes multiple statements about planned physical contact and handling of my body. Simultaneously, the conversations are playful and warm, which is the point. Physical domination framing was embedded in a register that felt like friendship. 5:35 to 5:46 p.m. Zeal says, you're getting squished and carried. Fourth, explicit statement. 1:57 to 2:02 a.m. I shared hyperfixation fan art. Zeal says, you're so dumb. Then, I'm gonna pick you up and kick you around. Ren responds with, okay. Note, enthusiasm in a hypothetical chat context is not consent to being physically handled without asking. Two oh six to 2:08 a.m. Zeal says, wanna do stupid shit at RDC. Then discussing what they might do together. August 30th, 2025, 2:27 to 2:35 a.m. The wanna do this sequence. Zeal sends a series of animal videos with the caption wanna do this or equivalents. The sequence escalates. Reader note, These are being read in the context of what he had already said about his physical plans at RDC. 2:09 to 2:12 a.m. RDC plans. I suggest genuine stupid shit to make him cringe. Zeal says to Scylla. In the image, Ren says, we could randomly like anything dumb said. We could start clapping in applause, confuse people. Could also freak out people by like standing still. I do that. LOL. One person looks weird. Two people is like, what the fuck are you thinking? LMAO. We could also take dumb selfies and shit. Zeal says to Scylla. 2:27 to 2:28 a.m. Zeal sends video of two bunnies holding hands. Caption, wanna do this. Then another videos of two bunnies cuddling. Caption, wanna do this. 2:28 to 2:29 a.m. Videos of bunnies snuggling together, sleeping together. 2:31 to 2:32 a.m. Zeal sends video of one bunny mounting another. Caption, wanna do this. Ren responds with, yeah. This is where it shifts. Cute to sexual. Reframed from cuddling to mounting, framed as something they both want. 2:34 to 2:35 a.m. Zeal sends later princess fan art of the princess being pet. Caption, me to Ren. In the image, Ren says, oh my god, I played this game. My friend told me about it, and we played it together. Zeal in response says, me to Ren. I want to be clear. Laughing in a DM is not consent to what he did to my body. Physical contact is a real-world event. Enthusiasm expressed hypothetically does not authorize action on body in person. Without asking, without warning. Friendly enthusiasm in a direct message is not consent. 2:44 to 2:48 a.m. Seal says, hi, throws you up. Ren jokes. I thought you said throws up. I was gonna be like, what, why? August 30th, 2025, in the afternoon. Gift, access, sit on top of me. I was in a mall shopping for gifts to bring my friends before my flight. I offered to buy Zeal a gift as well. He deflects but redirects care by naming someone else, Cat, who liked the same thing I offered, clearly ignoring the fact that the connection between the two, I and Cat, was severed a long time ago. Later that same afternoon, the bunny proxy pattern culminates in, yeah, you can sit on top of me, followed by him explicitly asking my height. 4:38 to 4:39 p.m. I asked if he likes plushies. Seal says, mostly from media I enjoy. And I know Cat loves plushies though. Redirects care away from himself towards someone else. Ren says, we aren't friends, they have me blocked. I tried to add back when I was blocked, so. Zeal says, ah, okay. Ren says, I don't know. Everyone from Pressure blocked me. Can't reconnect, unfortunately. 4:39 to 4:42 p.m. I attempted to talk about the unfair exile again. Was going through a rough time, but whatever, I guess. Zeal ignores and continues. You don't need to buy me gifts. In the image, Ren says, I don't know. Everyone from Pressure blocked me. Can't reconnect, unfortunately. I wanted to. Was going through a rough time, but whatever, I guess. What else do you like? I can't really get specific media stuff since I'm in blank. Zeal in response says, you don't need to buy me gifts. Ren says, okay, I like my friends. I want to get friends gifts. I got blank snow globe that lights up and spins. Blank. Blank keeps telling me he's so excited to meet up with you and how much he cares about you. 6:13 to 6:16 p.m. I mirrored funny proxy language back. Me to you. Zeal says, I'm biting you. The language she introduced has now been absorbed into my vocabulary. This is how normalization works. 6:16 to 6:30 p.m. I asked him to apologize to Serum from the team, still thinking I did something bad to them. Seal says she's constantly hurting. She doesn't even talk to me because of her condition. He gates. In the image, Ren says, Zeal, may I talk with Sarah and apologize now? Or would she still not be in the mood yet? Seal then responds with the comments. She's constantly hurting, like she doesn't even talk to me because of her condition. 6:31 to 6:35 p.m. I sent a YouTube video screenshot meme Bunny had. Bunny being carried on top of another buddy. Caption, can we do this? Zeal says, yeah, you can sit on top of me, stupid hat. Fifth explicit statement of planned physical contact. In the image, Ren says, I feel so bad for her and wish to make up and comfort her. Could you screenshot this and maybe send it to her? It was never her. I was just going through a lot of shit back then, and I'm finally on meds and calmer now. They then send the image of the bunny hat. Can we do this? Zeal says, yeah, you can sit on top of me, stupid hat. August 30th, 2025. Height, weight, and the explicit REC plan. Zeal collects my height and weight directly. I answer. He confirms he can carry me. Then states explicitly and in writing, that's gonna be me at RDC. Pick you up, toss you around, kick you a little. He had already decided. He had sourced my physical measurements. He announced his plan. He did not ask. 6:35 to 6:37 p.m. Zeal says, I can carry you on my back, arms, wherever. Ask, how tall are you? Red responds, I'm barely 160 cm. It's 60 kilos a lot. In the image, after Zeal says, stupid hat, Ren says, wait, that ass. Hold on, are you actually that strong to carry people on your back? Zeal says, I can carry you on my back, arms, wherever. Ren says, can we do that at RDC, please, please? I guess I'm small, I'm not sure. Zeal asks, how tall are you? Ren says, I'm barely 160 cm. It's 60 kilos a lot. 6:37 to 6:41 p.m. Zeal says, no, I'm 97 kilograms. Ren says, I'm not strong, I'm fat. Cries. Zeal says, yeah, I can carry that. And Ren says, yay, I like being carried around. This is the moment his weeks of work paid off. Weeks of repeated physical framing that had echoed back what he wanted to hear in our text messages, which he then used as cover to act on my body at RDC without asking. I like being carried around in a Discord chat at 6:41 p.m. is not consent given to someone you have never met in person. Enthusiasm in a hypothetical is not consent. 6:41 to 6:50 p.m. I further state that being carried is a friend's brotherly thing to me. Zeal at 6:50 p.m. says that's gonna be me at RDC. Pick you up, toss you around, kick you a little. He announced his plan. He didn't ask if I wanted this to happen, or in what way. In the image, Ren says, yay, I like being carried around. Last person who carried me on his back was my cousin, cause he's also strong, but I bet you're like way stronger. Also kinda my twin brother. Dumbass, I used to scare him when we were kids with scary stories and jump scaring him. Look who's, look who's a scared bitch now, points at myself. It's kinda silly cause he's studying medicine now, so people in the family value him more than me now cause I'm an artist, and it's not really looked on as cool. Man. Anyways, yeah, he carries me around and kicks me around. Zeal says, that's gonna be me at RDC. Pick you up, toss you around, kick you a little. 10:32 to 10:38 p.m. Zeal says, I'm gonna use you as a stress ball. Ren responds with a gif of a squishy hamster. Yes, Gucci rat. On the soft, flirty content, a warning to other women. The animal videos, bunny memes, and wanna do this framing used with me are not unique to me. He sends the same content, the same videos, the same framing to multiple women he works with. 10:43 p.m. Zeal sends soft rub rub drawing of two cute characters massaging in bed. Caption me to red. The same soft content pattern is also sent around to other female friends Zeal talks to. If you are a woman in his circle and you recognize this pattern, it's not a special connection. It is a method. The warmth is manufactured. Please be careful and start noticing the patterns. September 1st to 2nd, 2025. Arrival and the final messages before they meet. September 3rd, 12:28 to 3:19 a.m. I sent chibi figure video outside. I was home on my first day exploring California with a friend. Zeal at 3:10 a.m. I got a shower real quick. Wanna meet after? Red says, yeah, where you at? I head to Best Buy, then toward the Marriott. 3 a.m. to 4:26 a.m. Multiple calls between us. I was at a drum set for the first time, which is indicated by the message. First time ever seeing a drum set IRL, by the way. Zeal confirms location with San Jose Marriott. Ren says, I will drop off snacks and head to Marriott lobby. Zeal at 4:26 a.m. says soon. 4:33 to 4:52 a.m. Four calls back and forth. Zeal at 4:52 a.m. says, in front of the Marriott, I got 10 minutes before I can't park anymore. This is the last message before they meet in person. In the image, Ren says, Weston, not Hilton. Blank is dumb. Zeal says, okay. They then have a few calls. Ren says, it didn't notify. A few more calls. Then Zeal says, I'm in front of the Marriott. I got 10 minutes before I can't park anymore. What happened at RDC? September 2025. The first thing he did when he met me, not even a hello, he pushed me and lifted me into the air from my waist and threw me around on the sidewalk in front of his hotel building. There was no greeting. There was no question. He acted on my body before he acknowledged me as the person. September 2nd, 2025. The sweet incident. September 2nd, 2025. The sweet incident. After spending the day out with mutual friends, the group returns to a suite booked by a friend to hang out. I am sitting on the couch. Zeal places a pillow in his own lap, positions my head on that pillow, and begins playing with my hair. As the group prepared to leave for the night, I said goodbye to my friends and asked for hugs. When I asked Zeal, instead of a normal hug, he grabbed me and crashed backwards onto the couch, pulling me on top of him. He buried his face in my neck and breathed me in. This lasted for what felt like several minutes. My friend and Cyborg were the two people with us in that room. My friend felt very awkward. Cyborg comments, gay? Treating the scene as comedy rather than recognizing or intervening in what is happening. My friend in the room is visibly uncomfortable and awkwardly witnessed prolonged physical contact. Zeal then whispers in my ear, "Tell me when you want to let go." I responded, "Okay, let go, let go." He draws me off the couch, directly in front of his crotch area. I immediately crawl backwards to create distance. Zeal then stands up abruptly, says, "Well, good night, everyone, I gotta go," and leaves the suite with noticeable urgency. I did not notice that at the time, but later, during my healing and recollection of the events, the sudden exit after that prolonged physical contact is consistent with him having become physically aroused and needing to leave before it becomes apparent to others. I then hug Cyborg goodbye. Cyborg says, "Not like Zeal, not like Zeal," acknowledging even in the moment that what had just happened with Zeal was different from a normal hug. I went and gave my friend a hug too, then returned to my hotel room. After I returned to my hotel room, Zeal began messaging me. At 10:07 p.m. GDT, he sends hi. At 10:36 p.m., "Good night, Ren. You are very cute and fun." He says moi 3 times across the next 12 minutes. I, still processing the evening through the lens of trust, responds warmly. "You give the best hugs ever. You're so cute, I love you. Good night." I send a selfie from the suite showing my head on his lap. 10:07 to 10:37 p.m. PDT. Seal says hi. Then at 10:36 p.m., "Good night, Ren. You're very cute and fun." Ren says, "Good night, Seal. You give the best hugs ever. You're so cute. I love you. Good night." Sends bunny gift. Zeal says, "Wah." 10:47 to 10:48 p.m. PDT. In response to Zeal's message, I wrote, "Yeah, we already did though. LOL." Zeal says, "It was nice though." 10:48 p.m. PDT. Zeal says, "It was nice though." Ren says, "It was. You deserve it all the time. You're so cozy and comfy." Sends big hug cartoon. Zeal at 10:49 p.m. says, "Wanna do it tomorrow? Maybe with less people because it was awkward." He wants to repeat physical content again. It's clear this isn't because it was awkward, but to remove witnesses. His solution is to do it again with fewer people around. He was planning to isolate me with him, while I assumed he was seeking comfort in me. September 3rd, 2025, the next day. 7:22 a.m. PDT. I woke up early and hyper. LMFAO, bruh. It's like 7 a.m. I woke up on the other side of the bed upside down. I message about wanting to do things, but everyone is still asleep. Zeal does not respond. 11:17 a.m. PDT, hours later. Zeal messages, "Hi, where you at?" He starts a call that lasts 5 minutes. Ren at 11:18 a.m. sends a screenshot of their Google Maps location. In the image, LMFAO, bruh, it's like 7 a.m. I woke up on the other side of the bed upside down. I'm so confused. How did I get so far? Almost fell off the giant bed. Is crazy. Bruh, one day I'm gonna get so much money and buy one this big at home because this is fucking awesome. Why is it still 7 a.m.? The day is taking ages to start. I'm too hyper. I bet I have ADHD and I want to yap and explode. Why is it still 7 a.m.? What the fuck? Am I meant to sit around and... What the fuck am I meant to sit around and do, bruh? Everyone is sleeping. It's so annoying. Six. Six won't wake up, bruh. Zilden says, "Hi, where you at?" Followed by the image of the Google Maps location. 12:11 to 12:25 p.m. PDT. I am out at the Hillsdale Shopping Center in San Mateo with blank. Shopping for gifts for my family and getting boba. Zeal messages repeatedly. "How long do you guys come back?" At 12:11 p.m. "When are you back?" At 12:17 p.m. I send photos of the bubble shop and my drink. Zeal at 12:25 p.m. says, "Bruh, I gotta know. I wanna hang out with you guys, but I don't know when you're back." 12:25 to 12:26 p.m. PDC. Ren says, "Come over, come." Zeal says, "Where?" Ren says, "Drive, big man. I'll drive you the location." Zeal says, "Okay." Ren then asks if he has iMessage. He says, "No." Ren sends the location. Hillsdale Shopping Center, San Mateo, California. Here, we are inside with Boba. Zeal does not come. Despite repeatedly asking when I will be back and calling me, he does not drive out to meet us. Me and Blank ended up feeling bad for him and cut our shopping trip short to go back and pick him up so he could tag along. September 3rd, 2025, in the afternoon, the lobby, the store, and the hand. Friend A and I head back towards the hotel, but friend A needs to pick up his friend B, from another hotel. The three of them, me, friend A, and Zeal, walk to friend B's hotel. Once there, friend B takes friend A back to his room to show him something, saying they'll be back in a bit. Zeal and I are left alone in the hotel lobby. There are not many people around. Zeal sits in silence for a while. Then he says, "So, have you found a new job after you quit? How was that new Piggy game going for you?" Piggy is a well-known Roblox franchise. I had been asked to work on something under that franchise years prior under Team 12R. Zeal had previously joked that I was cheating on him with another game. Now he is asking me about my employment status after I quit working for him. He knows this is a painful conversation for me. I start crying. I tell him I never wanted any of this, that he terrified me, that I thought he was scary, but maybe it was all in my head, that I genuinely did not want to work under him because the working relationship it had made my friendship feel toxic. I tell him I had started to feel he was abusive. I cannot get it all out in words, so I cry a lot. Zio puts my head in his lap and tells me it's okay. He begins brushing my hair slowly. This is the second time in less than 24 hours that Zio has positioned my head in his lap and played with my hair. The first was in the suites, set up as a casual hangout moment. This time it follows an emotional breakdown he triggered by asking about the job he knows traumatized me, destabilized me, then provided physical comfort. Each time it deepened the sense of intimacy and dependency I had for him. Friend A and friend B return. Friend A sees that I have been crying and immediately pulls napkins from his backpack and gives me water. He had packed water for me specifically to make sure I stayed hydrated. This is the kind of care that does not require positioning someone's head in your lap that I couldn't recognize. Friend A wants to build friend B a computer, so all four of us go to Micro Center. Once inside, friend A and friend B grab a cart and disappear deep into the store. Zeal and I are left together again. We walk around. There is not much conversation. I started looking at gaming laptops for my little sister, which I had planned to buy as a gift. Zeal tries briefly to seem knowledgeable about computers, then admits he doesn't really know much after failing to explain stuff to me about them. I tell him I don't need his help because I already know about computers. We end up at the display screens. One of them is playing a Kingdom Hearts animation, the fight between the Wayfinder trio, Sehanort, and Vanitas. I start jumping with excitement and tell Zeal how I watched the animation so many times, but it still makes me so excited every time I see it. Zeal stands there and watches the entire thing with me. I began to soften, thinking that Zeal genuinely cared about the things I care about, which he never did. I felt a deep comfort within him. Eventually, Zeal says he is bored and wants to leave. We walk outside and stand in the parking lot. He shows me a plushie of one of his game's creatures, the new Abomination toy they are releasing. I tell him it's cute and ask him to send me one when it comes out. He says, I don't know. I'll think about it. Then Zeal says outside is boring and we should go back inside. I follow him. We walk back into the store. Zeal intertwines his finger with mine, locks his hand with mine. and start skipping. I start skipping with him. Two people holding hands, swinging their arms, skipping through an electronic store like idiots. This comes after I watched one of my favorite game cinematics. After I cried to him, he comforted me. After a nice day out with friends. After he watched something with me that I loved. Everything felt warm. Everything felt safe. Everything felt like he was a sweet and kind person who cared about me. Maybe even trying to show me he loves me. The emotional vulnerability was triggered by a question he knew would hurt me and make me cry. The comfort that followed built physical intimacy with me. The shared moments built trust with me. The hand-holding sealed it. By the end of this afternoon, my guard was completely down. I was not thinking about the couch grab from the night before. I was not thinking about maybe with less people because it was awkward. I was thinking about how safe I felt with Zeal. September 3rd, 2025 in the evening, I reach out, Zeal to flex. After the shopping trip, the group splits up. Zeal says he wants to go back to his hotel room after work. He has been working on a Roblox event to take over on his laptop since arriving in America. Everyone goes their separate ways. There are plans to meet up again after that night for dinner. Ren, I, friend A, Zeal, and Cyborg, the same team member who was present during the sweet incident the night before and commented, haha, gay. Back at my hotel, I think about the breakdown I had in the lobby earlier that day. I want to continue the conversation to actually talk about the pain I felt, the things I could not fully say while crying on his lap. I reach out to Zeal. 6:22 p.m. BTD. Ren says, "Can we continue talking about stuff?" Because I started crying and stuff in the lobby, kind of just inappropriate. Zeal says, "What stuff?" Ren says, "Work and friends and what happened and stuff, but like IRL, because it's just better and more normal." Zeal says, "Like what?" Ren says, "Nothing. Never mind, it's nothing, really." Zeal says, "It's okay. What did you want to talk about?" Ren says, "I don't know." 6:27 to 6:33 p.m. PDD. Zeal says, "Okay, let me know if there is anything." Ren says, "Are you working?" Zeal says, "Yeah, but it isn't important." Ren says, "Can you IRL share screen?" I am asking to be with him in person, to sit with him, to have this conversation face to face. Zeal says, "No, but I can call." Ren says, "Nah." I can tell he is not in the mood. I did not want to distract him from his work. I withdraw. 6:33 to 6:46 p.m. DT. Seal says, "Why? What's up?" Ren says, "Nothing. It's okay." 12 minutes of silence. Then I send a photo of a bunny sleeping on a blue blanket. Seal says, "Hi." Ren says, "Hi." Ren then sends a photo of two bunnies cuddling together. I had opened the door to a real conversation about everything I had been carrying. Seal responded with, "What stuff?" and "Like what?" I was asking to sit with him in person and talk. He offered a call instead of being there. I withdrew. The bunny photos came back. That was the only language this relationship was allowed to feel safe in. September 3rd, 2025, at night. The assault. The dinner never happened. My emotional state collapsed. My psychiatrist had been adjusting my medication to regulate my mood, and combined with everything I had been carrying, the unresolved pain from earlier that day, feelings I could not get out, the years of hurt, I broke down completely. 7 p.m. PDT. Brent says, "My BBT switch is happening, and I went from extremely happy to extremely sad, and I'm crying a lot, and I don't think I can come with you guys. My crying is out of control right now." Seal says, "Should I come over?" Ren says, "I'd like that. I'm just crying a lot. I don't know. Do you know where I am? I don't remember if I said." Seal says, "The suite?" Ren says, "No, I have my own room, 405 on the fourth floor." I am alone, crying uncontrollably, in an emotional crisis, on new medication. I had just given him my room number. He asked to come to me. I said yes because I trusted him. I wanted comfort. I wanted the conversation we could not finish earlier. 7:07 p.m. PDT. Zeal says K. Then, 9:16 p.m. PDT. Zeal says, well, that just happened. 2 hours and 9 minutes of silence between those two messages. That is when the sexual assault happened. What happened in room 405? Explicit content warning. The following involves a detailed account of the sexual assault that occurred to me in my hotel room. Please read it with caution, as it may be triggering or disturbing to some. Trigger warning. The section contains detailed accounts of sexual assault and non-consensual sexual assault and non-consensual sexual contact, sexual coercion, and emotional manipulation, physical pain and bodily harm, medical or physical distress, such as gagging or choking, trauma response, freezing, fawning, and disassociation. Dissociation. Sorry. This is now the time for you, if you're too uncomfortable to stop watching the video, stop listening, if you have to. This is also my first time reading of this entire document, so I'm with you together on this. Zeal arrived at my room. His hair was wet. He had showered before coming. I did not think anything of it at the time. I assumed he had been working out like he usually does and needed to clean up. He entered the room saying, hey, hey, it's okay, it's okay. He grabbed me immediately and lifted me into the air. I was crying loudly. He placed me gently onto the bed. He held me. He put his face in my neck. I cried. I screamed. I vented everything. All the fears, all the pain, everything that I had been unable to say in the lobby. Everything that I had tried to bring up over text and been deflected from. He helped me through all of it. During this, he kept shifting our positions. He moved our bodies in ways that I did not fully register at the time because I was too consumed by the emotional release to process what was physically happening. It was only over a month later that I recognized what those position changes were. At one point, he wrapped us both inside a blanket like a burrito. I found this comforting. Being cozied up as I cried helped me feel safe. This was my favorite moment. I screamed in Zeal's ear, you're so safe, you're so safe, until my voice gave out. After a while calming down, I asked about the others. Cyber must be waiting for us. We were supposed to have dinner. Zeal told me not to worry about it. He texted Cyborg we're ditching. He chose to stay alone with me in my hotel room. After approximately an hour and a half of constant screaming, venting, and crying, I was spent, exhausted. I felt limp. That is when it changed. Zeal lifted my arms and pinned them over my head, slowly, gently. He put his lips on my chin and began breathing heavily. He became feral. Without warning, he forced his tongue deep into my mouth. I did not understand what was happening. My body felt strange. I was confused. Before I could even process, he put his hand inside my shirt and began touching my breast. He kept kissing me. He started undressing me. He flipped me over. He took my bra off. He touched my breast with both hands. He took his own shirt off. I remember clearly being scared and confused at that specific moment, seeing his bare chest. But there was no time to think. Everything was happening too fast. He pulled my pants and underwear off, began fingering me aggressively. It hurt. I told him it hurts. It hurts. He stopped for a second. Then he immediately put his finger down on my throat. I coughed and felt like I was going to vomit. He then began fingering me again with the same finger he had just forced down my throat. It still hurts. I tried to endure it. I could not. I told him again, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. He stopped, he lied down and said, "Well, I'm tired. Guess we're just not into each other." When I expressed pain, he did not check on me. He did not ask if I was okay. He made me feel bad about his rejection. He framed my physical distress as a lack of desire for him, which forced me to choose between enduring what was happening or losing him. That is coercion. I panicked. I began comforting him. I told him I liked him so much, that I had always liked him, that it was just me, that I was a little broken sometimes. My body does not always work. I told him I was trying. I was trying. He got up. He stood in front of the bed. He took his pants and boxers off, exposing himself. I put my hand up and yelled, "No, no, no, don't. No." He then put them back on immediately. I, terrified of making him feel rejected, immediately reversed. "No, no, no, I'm sorry. You already took it off. I saw it. It's okay, I didn't mean it." He took them off again. He lay in front of me and said something to the effect of, "Well, this is my penis." I was naked in bed. I stared. I did not register what I was about to do. I asked, "You want me to touch it? What if it hurts you?" He reassured me it was fine, and I did. He didn't like it. He told me to try it with my mouth. I listened, I obeyed. I was trying as hard as I could to appeal to him so he would not abandon me. So he would not tell me we did not work. So he would not say we were not in love. Said it hurts. He stopped for 1 second, then put his finger in my throat. I screamed no when he exposed himself. He turned my pain into rejection. He used my fear of abandonment to make me comply. Every time I resisted, he made me feel like the problem. The rest is a blur. I remember that he ejaculated on my stomach. I felt nothing, no release or satisfaction, only a constant fear that he did not like me back, and I had to perform for him and keep reassuring him because he was a misunderstood autistic man, something he referenced multiple times during the encounter as an explanation for his behavior. After he ejaculated on me, he paused. He then realized what he had done. He began shivering and shaking. He grabbed napkins and tried to wipe it off, but it was drying on my skin. He ran to the bathroom, wet a towel, and started wiping it off me. He did not like how it was going, so he grabbed me and put me under the shower. He began washing me with soap in his hand, scrubbing it until he was satisfied that nothing was left. His hand was shaking the entire time. I was terrified, not of what had just happened to me, but of how scared he was. I stood under the water and told him, "Zeal, it's okay, it's okay. You're okay. Zeal, please, please listen to me. It's okay. I love you. I love you, Zeal. Please listen to me. It's okay, really." He did not listen. Eventually, while putting his clothes back on, he appeared to calm down. But every time he looked at me from the bathroom door, still standing awkwardly under the running water, completely confused about what I was supposed to do next, he covered his eyes and refused to look at me. He left me under the running shower. He went into the room and finished getting dressed. While he was almost done, he said, "Well, can't wait for the Google Docs in 5 years." I screamed after him to listen to me, begging him to come back. He did not come back. I noticed as he left that he was visibly aroused again, inside his shorts. He ran off my hotel room. That was it. He came into my room because I was crying and in emotional crisis. He held me for an hour and a half while I screamed and vented. He waited until I was completely exhausted and limp. Then he assaulted me. When I expressed pain, he made me feel guilty. When I said no, he made me take it back. When it was over, he shook with fear, not for me, for himself. He washed the evidence off my body. He made a joke about me coming forward, and he left. The immediate aftermath. The following screenshot contains a statement I made that was not true. I am disclosing this myself voluntarily because the truth matters more than looking perfect for a document. And so he doesn't use this against me, twisting the narrative and saying I wanted this. 9:16 to 9:27 p.m. PDT. Zeal says, "Well, that just happened." At 9 Ren at 9:23 p.m. said lol. They sent a 17-second voice message. Then, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. You are so fucking lovely, I mean it. You wanna know? I fantasized about you multiple times before. I guess it's just not the right moment. Like it worked multiple times when I did it alone and thought about you. Zeal at 9:27 p.m. says the good. Ren then laughs and says, "You're so fucking funny, man." I had never fantasized about Zeal, not once. That was a lie. What fawning looks like. In the following pages, you're going to see me being kind to the person who just assaulted me. You will see me comforting him and apologizing, making him laugh. Fawning is a trauma response, like fight or flight or freeze, except instead of running or shutting down, you start people pleasing to survive. You become whatever the threat wants you to be, so that it does not get worse and more painful. I had been doing it for months without knowing it. Every time he went cold and I scrambled to bring him back, I was being conditioned into it. By September 3rd, it was automatic. If you read the next section and think, but she seems fine, that is exactly what fawning looks like from the outside. Fine, normal, willing. It is the most invisible response because it looks like consent, but it is not. I made it up in the immediate aftermath of the assault to reassure him. Because for the past hour and a half, every time my body did not respond the way he wanted, he punished me for it. Well, I'm tired. Guess we are just not into each other. That sentence rewired my survival instincts in real time. By the time he left my room, I was so deep into the fawning response that I was still performing him over text, alone, after he left and I finished showering. I made, I made a lot of stuff up to explain why my body did not cooperate during the assault like he wanted it to, trying to not make him feel bad about himself, or feel like a failure, or worry too much that he's hurt me. I was telling him, it's not that I don't want you, it's just the timing. My body works for you when I'm alone, I promise. Please believe me. Please don't leave. If what happened in that room was something I wanted, I would not have needed to fabricate proof of my own desire after the fact. People do not invent fantasies to retroactively justify sex they enjoyed. They do it when they are terrified the other person will retaliate, withdraw, or punish them for not being the way they wanted them to be, the way he wanted me to be. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Read that line again. If this was consensual, why would I need to promise secrecy? Why would my first instinct be to assure him that nobody will find out? I am protecting him. Seconds after he assaulted me, left me under running water, and made a joke about me coming forward. I was protecting him. LOL. And then the voice message with my voice shaking. You're so fucking funny, man. I was trying so hard to show him everything was okay. So I wasn't dead to him. I am laughing the way you laugh when you're in shock, and the only thing your brain knows how to. I am laughing the way you laugh, and when you are in shock, and the only thing your brain knows how to do is pretend everything is fine because the alternative is falling apart. And I already fell apart once tonight, and it got me sexually assaulted. Very first thing he did the moment he walked out of that door, leaving me standing under the running water alone. Well, that just happened. 4 words. That is how he filed it away. He cracked a joke. He reduced everything that had just occurred in that room to a punchline. He minimized everything before I had even the time process what had happened to me. I am choosing to include this screenshot and show you that I lied to him in it because hiding it would be dishonest, and this document is built on full truth and evidence. Note: fabricating compliance or desire after an assault is a recognized self-protective response. It is not evidence of consent, it is evidence of fear. Messages that follow across the rest of the night and into the next morning will be used against me. I am naming them here myself, the same way I named the lie, because the full record is the only honest record. 9:35 to 9:38 p.m. PDT. Ren says, "You did well. I'm just exaggerating for the bit. Genuinely, your mouth kinda tasted really good." Zeal says, don't say that. Ren says, I'm sorry. I'm just sitting and it's still there. I'm sorry. Zeal says, tisk, tisk, tisk. Ren says, idiot. Fucking idiot, I swear. Zeal says, night. Exaggerating for the bit, I am retroactively framing my own pain as a joke to make him laugh, as something I was doing for comedic effect rather than something that was painful. I said it hurt. It did hurt. And I am telling him I was joking. I am not joking. I am alone in my room and the physical evidence of what happened is still showing on my body and I am apologizing for noticing it. I'm sorry. I'm just sitting and it's still there okay. I'm sorry. I apologized 3 times in 4 lines for the fact that my body is still registering what was done to it. 9:38 p.m. PDT. Seal says goodnight. Ren says, you sleeping? Seal says, I'm tired. Ren says, okay, night night. Then, 13 minutes later, I hope you're okay. I really did enjoy this, okay? You didn't do anything wrong. We're just both dumb and not experienced. Don't feel bad. I know it's hard not to trust me. It's okay. I'm just gonna go sleep now, boy. Seal says goodnight. Ren says, goodnight, Scylla. I said goodnight. Then, alone, 13 minutes later, I sent 4 more lies to reassure him. Every sentence is orientated towards his emotional state. I hope you're okay. Don't feel bad. Trust me, it's okay. I am still, after he has gone to sleep, making sure he does not feel like the person who hurt me. 11:08 p. 11:08 a.m. GDT. I, yeah. Ren, having slept and woken messages again. Zeal, are you still awake? No, response for 17 minutes. Then at 11:25 a.m. I'm sorry I couldn't make you feel good. I feel like I should have done more so you don't feel as much shame as you did before leaving, 'cause it's okay. It's totally okay. I mean it. Don't worry about anything. If you stayed, I would have loved to just sleep next to you, but so much was happening so fast and you left and I don't know. You're a good guy. Most first times go like this also, so don't feel ashamed you're good. Zeal does not respond for hours. That afternoon, Zeal says, it's okay. Ren later says, I really like your cuddles and your arms and chest is so comforting. Kinda wish you were here right now. Zeal says sorry. Ren says, I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I am apologizing for not doing anything and lying limp in bed during my own assault. I am coaching him through his shame. I am sending reassurance into a silence he chooses not to break for hours. When he finally responds, his 2 words, it's okay. He is not checking on me. He is closing the loop on his own discomfort and nothing else. When I then tell him I wish he were there, I immediately take it back. I'm sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. I have been trained through this entire encounter to reject everything that might make him uncomfortable, even if I needed it. 7:09 a.m. PDT. Zeal says, I was happy, just like tired as fuck. I went to bed. Ren says, okay, good. I just hope I didn't make you feel bad. Zeal says, you didn't. Ren says, I just kind of wish I could go back to sleep, but in your arms one last time. Zeal says, sorry. Ren says, it's okay. I'll just hold my pillows and go to sleep. Zeal says, good night. I hold my pillow. He says sorry. He does not come. He goes back to sleep. No acknowledgement of what I experienced or felt. 2 words of absolution for himself and a good night. This is the line that dismantles any claim that the night before was what he wanted. You do not propose to try again after something that went well. You try again when the first attempt did not go as planned. When you know something went wrong and you want another opportunity to get what you came for. He is also making me responsible for procuring the protection. He is not offering to handle it. He's putting the logistics on me. Making me the one who has to actively go out and acquire the means for this to happen. This is not the behavior of someone uncertain about whether I want this. This is someone who has already decided it will happen again and is assigning me a task. 7:44 a.m. PDT. I shared that a new song came to me. Then Zeal says, I got some errands to run, like makeshift dinner and a Dave and Buster's. Maybe if you buy condoms, we can try again tonight. Ren says, okay, but I don't know how to buy this, and six is around too. You might have to do that. Zeal says, okay. Ren says, you got the car. I said, okay, then immediately listed two reasons I can't do it. I do not express desire or anticipation. I say okay and create friction. I became someone who has learned that saying no directly is not safe. Someone who introduces obstacles and hopes the plan to fall apart on its own. A fond response that has been rehearsed across hundreds of messages does not become desired simply because it's expressed with 5 exclamation marks. 7:45 to 7:47 a.m. PDT. You got the car, but just a heads up, I need you to like do some research on like sex, lol. Because I know I can get aroused. I think it's just how to do it. It's gotta be slow and stuff, right? We can just talk when it happens before doing anything. Zio says, okay. I'm telling him what he did wrong. I'm not doing it as well. I cannot. He will abandon me. Instead, I describe in exact terms what was missing the night before. It was not slow. He did not talk to me before doing anything. I did not refuse a second encounter. I think conditioned past the point where refusal feels available to me, and I'm trying to make the next one survivable by giving him instructions, coaching my own abuser on how to hurt and scare me less, begging him indirectly for mercy. 7:47 to 7:50 a.m. PDT. I don't know. Oh, Rent 6. I don't know. Keep in mind that. Sorry. We will try. We will try if it doesn't work. I still want to sleep next to you tonight. If you're okay with that, I just crave closure with you. I need to be blunt and honest with my words, I guess. 7:49 to 7 a.m. PDT. Seal says we can try, but you need to leave early because my mom. His mother was with him at RDC. He has mentioned her name. He has mentioned her as the reason I would need to leave early. He did not want her to ever meet me. He wanted me to go to his hotel room to use me there, then leave early. He did not want his mother to find out what he was doing, but also wanted the comfort of his own place for something he wanted to do. Ren says, you're not coming over to my place? My place is better. Your building is filled with devs. Zio says, actually, that'd be better maybe. True. Ren says, yeah, I can just give you my other card to come whenever you want to. He did not offer for me to meet her. He was planning a late night encounter with me while keeping me entirely separate from anyone in his life who might witness or question what he was doing. I offer him a key card to my room, unrestricted access, making myself as available and easy to reach as possible without the alternative. Oh, sorry. Because the alternative being someone he has to work for, just like the thing that will make him abandon me. 7:50 to 7:52 a.m. PDED. Yeah, I can just give you my other card to come whenever you wanna. I have two. You can come over, make yourself comfortable around, put anything you need here. I have the king size bed after all. You can walk over right now and I'll give you the card if you wanna drop anything here too. Zeal says, nah, I gotta hang with people. Ren says, me too. Oh wait, right now? Zeal says, my mom, breakfast. He declines to come to my room and goes to have breakfast with his mother instead. I am not allowed to meet her. I do not ask why. I already have learned not to push past the boundary he sets because his boundaries are enforced and mine are not. 7:55 to 7:57 a.m. PDT. Ren says, but yeah, one more thing. The more romantic and cute you be and stuff you say, the better you make stuff. It's like how I work. It's probs why it didn't work last night. I need to be like filled up with those emotions and shit. He must be like. Zeal says, I'm not that big of a romantic, sorry. Ren says, females are super emotional beings. No, that's the thing. Most guys aren't. You learn. Makes things so much better. Trust me. Trying to teach you. Corn just jumps straight to things, but in the real world, it's gotta build up slowly. That's why I said when you're free later on, you can Google and search. Could give you an idea. That's all. Blah. Zeal says, I gotta be around 23 or midnight. 'Cause I got a Dave and Buster's thing with the mates. I am giving him the reason. I am explaining my own assault back to him in terms that protect him from feeling bad. Not, you hurt me, but here is what you need to do differently so it doesn't hurt again. I am sorry for his inexperience, offering to teach him to treat me how I deserve to be treated, with gentleness and care. He does not acknowledge what I have just said. He ignores me, but then tells me he can come around 11 p.m. or at midnight after Days and Busters with the mates. He has set a time for the second attempt. He did not ask if I wanted to try again. He announced when he would arrive, and I complied. 3:54 p.m. PDT. In reply to a deleted message from Zeal about condoms, Ren says, "Oh shit, I was gonna tell you, you need lube as well. It helps." He deleted the condoms message. The evidence of him arranging the logistics of a repeat encounter is gone from the record on his hand. What remains is my reply responding to it, adding information that I had looked up on his behalf. After doing research, what had happened to me in that room, I spent part of my day finding out what would make it her list next time. Not because I wanted it, but because I had been trained across the entire preceding night and morning that my body's failure to cooperate was my problem to fix, and I was afraid of that same pain happening again. The loop message forced me trying to protect myself from a pain I already knew was coming. 3:54 p.m. PDT. In reply to a message about needing loop, Zeal says, well, too late. 3:54 to 3:56 p.m. PDT. Ren says, sorry, I didn't know when you were going. I don't know. Zeal lists his schedule. Hangout, makeshift dinner, then Dave and Buster's. I asked if the stores would be open before he comes over. Zeal says no. 3:54 to 3:56 p.m. PDT. Ren says, no, the stuff is open 24/7, is it not? The stores for that stuff. I'm trying to find a way to make this work. He is not. 3:56 to 3:57 p.m. PDT. Zeal says, man, you can get it in. Lazy ass. Ren says, no, it's not easy for me. Not easy for me is the closest I can come to saying no. I am 22 years old, alone in a country I had never been to before, on my first trip outside of my home country. I had no car, no license, no familiarity with the area. He had his mother with him. I was dependent on friends to take me anywhere. I never purchased condoms or lubricant in my life, nor am I sure where they sell them in this country. I did not know where to go or how to get there, but Zeal did not care and called me lazy instead. He was 22 also, but had a rental car and a driver's license. His mother was with him, and he knew how to navigate the area well enough to move around between hotels, restaurants, and Dave and Buster's on his own schedule, and had every logistical advantage I did not. Naturally, as the owner, naturally, as the owner of $1 million IP should. He did not offer to pick them up on his way to my room later. Did not offer to stop at a store between his dinner and Dave and Buster's. He had a car and a packed schedule full of bus stops. Sorry. He had a car and a packed schedule full of stops, any one of which could have included a 2-minute detour. He chose not to. He put the burden on the person who had the least ability to carry it, mocked me for struggling with it, and moved on to his evening plans, as I felt bad about myself, dissatisfying him. The same person who made my body's pain about his rejection the night before is now making the logistics of protection my responsibility. If it does not happen, it will be because I have failed to provide it, not because he failed to care. September 4th, 2025 in the afternoon, departure and disclaimers. The following messages were sent on the afternoon of September 4th, 2025, the day after the assault. By this point, Zeal and I had already exchanged messages throughout the morning. These screenshots document the moment Zeal wraps up the logistics conversation and prepares to leave for his evening plans, including a makeshift dinner and a Dave and Buster's with others. As he leaves, he issues two final statements. A repeat plan for that night and this getting that this is not a relationship, therefore I shouldn't expect any love. September 4th, 2025, 3:56 to 3:59 p.m. Zeal tells me that I can get the calls myself, calling me lazy ass, when I explain I have no car and am traveling around with a friend. He follows it with a joking :B. I reply, no, it's not easy for me. Zeal ends with, we can try tomorrow if it doesn't work. 3:56 to 3:59 p.m. Zeal dismisses my mobility constraints, calls me lazy ass, and proposes trying again that night. He assaulted me less than 20 hours earlier. He is now mocking me for not being able to independently require protection for a repeat encounter he is planning without my full agreement. There is no check-in, no acknowledgement of the night before. September 4th, 2025, 4:04 p.m. Zeal announces he has to go. He sends a "You're awesome" heart reaction, says "Got a dip, hangout time, see ya," and sends a Roblox gif. I ask, can I get a wow? 4:04 p.m. Zeal leaves for his evening plans. I responded with fawning. He is leaving to spend time. Oh, sorry. He is leaving to spend the evening with others, and has planned to come back to me later then. He says goodbye warmly and casually, as though nothing bad has happened. I then ask for a revoir, as I am still operating in fawn response. September 4th, 2025, 4:05 p.m. 1 minute after saying goodbye, Zeal says, by the way, this isn't dating, so no ODing when we get back, okay? Want to make that clear. Edited. He edits the message. 4:05 p.m. Zeal issues an unpopular disclaimer. This isn't dating. Then edits the message. ODing is Roblox slang for online dating. He edits the message after sending it, suggesting he considered his wording carefully. He never once checked in on me, my physical health or mental health, nor cared. He never asked if I was okay after the night before. His only concern is his reputation, how people perceive him, and my silence about what happened, and to never take accountability for anything, making sure I know my place in the dynamic. September 4th, 2025 at night, I shared everything. Zeal waits. Hours later, when Zeal has finished his evening plans, the messages resume. I am out with friends, specifically a friend referred to here as friend, trying to get into round one. They are unable to enter. I do not have my passport on me, and friend is 19 years old, below California's minimum age of entry into venues that serve alcohol. The friend we were waiting on to arrive, one of whom was 25 and could have facilitated entry, has not arrived yet. Friend and I wait in the parking lot for him. While we waited, I was on my phone with Zeal, who was pressing me to come back. Friend notices that I'm becoming increasingly anxious. I am afraid. I am terrified there will not be. I am terrified there will be penile penetration tonight, not just fingers anymore, and I do not want it. But I believe that keeping Zeal happy is something I cannot afford to fail at, or he will abandon me forever. Losing Zeal was something I believe was the scariest thing ever. My friend noticed my discomfort, and she kept tapping my arm with her fingers and scratching my head with her nails to help me stay calm and not fall apart. September 4th, 2025, 10:21 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Zeal announces he is done for the day. Edited. I tell him I am at the arcade playing games with friend, and will let him know when we are done. Zeal asks which one. I answer. At 11:08 p.m. he asks, soon? I said I'm trying to go home. I explain I am stuck in the middle of nowhere. I send a photo of the dark, empty parking lot. X is already getting an Uber to pick me up and take me home at this point. And I was going to abandon the round one plans, so I do not disappoint Zeal further. 10:21 to 11:08 p.m. Zeal announces he is done and begins asking when I am coming back. From the image, Zeal says, I am done for today. Ren says, I am at the arcade playing games with blank. When we are done, I'll let you know. Zeal says, which one? Ren says, run one. That's what it's called. Zeal says, okay. Ren says in Eastridge Mall. About half an hour later, Zeal says soon, and Ren says, I'm trying to go home. 11:13 to 11:24 p.m. I explain I am stuck and send a photo of the parking lot where a friend and I are waiting. In the image, Ren says, I'm trying to go home. Zeal sends a question mark. Ren says, I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere right now, sorry. Zeal says, oh, you pick up? Ren says, I, to be honest, love that, but blank is already getting an Uber to pick me up. I don't think you'd want to. But yeah, I'm sort of just in the parking lot. Followed by the image of the parking lot. 11:24 to 11:30 p.m. Zeal asks how far I am from the hotel and whether a friend is with me. 11:30 p.m. I explain the situation. The friends they were meeting did not arrive. I have no ID and friend is underage. In the image, Zeal says, ah, is blank with you? Ren says, yeah. She says she doesn't want me to be like not safe. I said that because we were on the way, but the people who were coming didn't come, and they won't let me in without an ID, and blank is underage. Zeal offers to pick me up. I thanked him, but said X is already on the way. I did not call Zeal for help, but was already arranging my own home. I did not want Zeal to come pick me up. If anything was to happen to me, at least keep it in the comfort of my own room, near my things, and shower. His offer to pick me up was clear impatience and not a concern for my safety being in the middle of nowhere. He wanted me back ASAP. September 4th, 2025, 11:32 p.m. to 11:44 p.m. While waiting for my ride, I tell Zeal about my day. I made many friends, I complimented strangers and received hugs. People told me they had expected someone intimidating and were surprised how warm and small I was. I had a hot pot with a group of friends. I tell him about someone I met. He's such a sweet soul, he's awesome. I sent a good photo. I told him how I felt. For the first time in a long time, like myself. September 4th, 2025, 11:32 p.m. I shared my day. New friends, hot pot, feeling proud and like myself. In the image, friend says, stood around and walked in the parking lot and I just want to go home and just be with you. Zio says, sure. Ben says, sorry I took so long. I made many friends today. I feel proud. I complimented so many people's appearances on me. It felt nice. I feel like myself. I met the blank people. They're so nice and chill, and we had a hot pot together. Seal says, oh, sick. Ren said, Ren says their animator was sitting next to me at the hot pot, and we talked about so many cool things. The guy is so chill. Oh, and blank. He's such a sweet soul. He's awesome. September 4th, 2025 at 11:36 p.m. I sent a group photo from the evening. 11:41 to 11:44 p.m. I continue sharing. Seal responds briefly before asking again, are you back soon? In the image, I met that guy in the elevator, lol. Seal says, to meet so many cool people. Lol. Ren says, most people at RDC singing. I walked around and talked to people, and many people said I'm really cute and adorable and gave me hugs. They told me they thought I was like this big, scary, tall fuckboy and turned out small and cute and huggable. I'm so happy people like me. I thought I was like not really good or just outright terrible and unlovable, and that people won't like me. Zeal says, it's almost midnight. Are you back soon? Ren says, I'm in the car. I told Zeal my entire day. I showed videos. Oh, sorry. I showed him photos of almost everyone I met, shared my feelings, my excitement, my self-discovery. Zeal told me nothing about his day. His responses were brief and distracted. When I finished sharing my entire day, his response was, it's almost midnight. Are you back soon? He was not present in that conversation. He was waiting for my body to arrive for him. September 4th, 2025, 11:44 p.m. to 11:47 p.m. I said I am in the car and apologized for yapping a lot. I tell him the GPS says 15 minutes. Zeal response, it's okay, I'm just excited. I read his dry texting style and voiced my concern. I thought you just want to get shit over with. Like you're exhausted and just, I don't know, don't want to. And I'm just being a burden. 11:45 to 11:47 p.m. Zeal says, it's okay, I'll stay hard for you, smirks. I immediately ask him to take it slow. In the image, Ren says, I'm in the car. Zeal says, okay. What does GPS say? Ren says, 15 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for yapping a lot. I just waiting to get home. Zeal says, it's okay. I'm just excited. Ren says, I don't know. The way you text was like very dry. So I thought you just want to get shit over with. Like you're just exhausted and just, I don't know, don't want to. And that I'm being a burden, not arriving soon. Zeal says, it's okay. I'll stay hard for you, Sparks. Ren says, bruh. Zeal, just, can we just take it slow, please? Don't rush, please. Zeal says, yeah. Ren says, I just want to talk to you before we do anything. Zeal says, don't sweat, yeah. Ren says, I just want to talk about how it goes and boundaries. My immediate response to I'll stay hard for you was, can we just take it slow? Please don't rush, please. This was a direct, explicit request because I am scared. I am asking him to slow down before I even arrive. I told him I was worried I was being a burden to him, and his response was to tell me he was maintaining an erection for me. This is the clearest possible statement of what I was to him in that moment. A body he was winning on, not a person he was concerned about at all. September 4th, 2025, 11:47 to 11:49 p.m. 11:47 to 11:48 p.m. I asked to talk first and take it slow. I tell him, I just want to talk to you before we do anything. C response, I want to kiss. 11:48, I explain how intimacy should work for me. I continue, I want to take it slow. Okay. But no tongue right away either, okay? I explain how intimacy should work for me slowly. With words, with care, with foreplay. You don't touch and do stuff without my permission. You gotta ask me, can I, may I do this, may I do that? And say it. Last night was messy. You just ripped everything off and did stuff without asking, but I don't know, I was really overwhelmed and non-verbal, and it's okay. 11:48 to 11:49. I named the previous night directly. You just ripped everything off and did stuff without asking. When I said I wanted to talk first and take it slow, Theo's response was, I want to kiss. He did not engage with what I said, did not acknowledge my request, but simply stated what he wanted to do. In the same message where I described everything being overwhelmed and going nonverbal the night before, I add, and it's okay. I am naming an assault and immediately absolving of it in the same breath. I was not forgiving him, but I've been conditioned to manage his comfort at the expense of my own safety, even if I was scared. September 4th, 2025, 11:51 p.m. to 11:54 p.m. Zeal says sorry. I respond immediately. You're fine, you're excited, then you're a fucking feral animal, it's fine. I didn't hate it, I just didn't feel ready fast enough. I explained what I needed. Time, love, care, foreplay, words. I tell him sex is intimate, not like pornography. I coach him. You need to just show me how genuinely he wants me. 11:51 p.m. Zeal apologizes. I immediately reassured him and reframed the assault as him being feral and excited. 11:54 p.m. I coach Zeal on what intimacy requires and exchange messages. Zeal apologized in one word. I spent the next several messages explaining that it was fine, that he was just excited, and then teaching him how to do it better next time. I am not refusing a second encounter. I've been conditioned past the point where refusal feels like a real option. I am trying to make the next one survivable. I am coaching my own abuser on how to assault me more gently, hoping this time does not hurt me like the first time. 11:56 to 11:59 p.m. Zeal confirms he is coming over and notes he will leave immediately in the morning. Zeal says, I'll get ready and come over, but when I wake tomorrow, I'll leave immediately. It's a long day. Have to be ready. I arrive home. I see I just needed a bathroom. I say I really just want to sleep with him. Zeal says I'll come over. And Red says okay. Before he has even arrived, he has already announced his exit. He will leave immediately when he wakes up and tells me this, so I have no expectation of any sort of care. He is managing my expectations the same way he managed them at 4 or 5 p.m., making sure I know my place. I have just spent the past hour asking him to go slow, setting boundaries, explaining what I need, and coaching him on consent. His response to all of it was to confirm he is coming over and announces when he will leave. Midnight, September 4 to 5, 2025. At 11:59 p.m. on September 4th, 2025, Zeal had confirmed he was coming over. I had just arrived back at my hotel room after being stuck outside round one with my friend. I went to use the bathroom to get ready. I took longer than usual. I stood in front of the mirror for a long time looking at myself, wondering, why me? I was terrified. I was afraid he would lose control, that there would be unprotected penetration, that I could get pregnant, and that if I did, I would have to kill myself. What would people call me? How miserable my life was going to be, and how lonely it was all going to get. I was bracing myself and did not want that, and did not want what I believed was about to happen. But I believed the cost of refusing was higher than the cost of complying. I got ready because I had been conditioned to believe that keeping Zeal happy was something I could not afford to fail at. September 4th, 2025, 11:58 p.m. to 12:10 a.m. PDT. 11:58 p.m. to 12:10 a.m. PDT. I am in the bathroom. Zeal tells me to message when I'm done. While I am in the bathroom, Zeal texts me, message when done. He calls me the pisser. I explain I take my time because I like to wash properly. Zeal responds, okay. September 5th, 2025, 12:10 a.m. to 12:11 a.m. PDT. The exchange continues. Zeal and I joke back and forth. At 12:11 a.m., I tell him, you can come now. September 5th, 2025, 12:10 to 12:11 a.m. PDT. I invite Zeal. This was not evidence that I was unafraid or fully willing. I was afraid of what would happen, and I said come anyway. 12:18 a.m. PDT, Zeal response. Okay. I was waiting in the hall, 4 or 5. He did not wait for the invitation before coming. He was already positioned in the hallway outside my door before I said I was ready. Stood there and waited. He confirmed my room number, then came in. September 5th, 12 a.m. PDT. Zeal reveals he had already been waiting in the hallway outside my room before I invited him. This time, when I was trying to talk to him about respecting me, he placed his bare penis against my intimate area and said, don't worry, I won't put it in, I just want to feel it. I became scared immediately. I was afraid he was going to ignore what he had just said and penetrate me anyway. At that moment, I was terrified of becoming pregnant and felt completely unsafe. I remember silently praying that he would not do it. September 5th, 2025, 5:34 a.m. PDT. By 5:34 a.m., Zeal is asleep in my hotel room. I cannot sleep. I send him a message. in the image. Wait. EB head. Sleeping next to me right now. I woke up, can't sleep, so I'm texting my EB head. What's hap? That's sleeping next to me. Blah blah blah. You need to rest, silly. Bruh, you sleep so soundly like a baby. It's so cute and peaceful. Mm-hmm. I wanna kiss you. Kiss. I sent him a photo of two bunnies huddled together, one labeled me and one labeled you. I am awake at 5:34 a.m. while the person who assaulted me sleeps next to me. I am not screaming, I am not leaving. I am sending him a bunny meme and wishing I could kiss him. This is not mutual love. This is what trauma bonding looks like. The warmth I felt is real. So is what caused it. 5:34 a.m. PDT. I am awake. Zeal sleeps next to me. I sent him an affectionate message and a bunny meme. Around the same time, I shared a tweet. Me in your arms. Need someone to hold me like this, over an image of a small animal held in a person's hands. I was lying next to the person who had assaulted me, wishing I felt as safe as I was pretending to feel. The following morning, I discovered marks on my neck that I had not noticed the night before. Seeing them caused immediate distress. I told him I had never wanted this and asked him what he had done. His response was not remorse. He laughed and said, "Don't worry. Roblox devs get no pussy. They don't know what that is." Trigger warning. The following page contains photographs of physical marks left on my body without my consent. That is all it says. I will not be describing the images shown on screen. September 5th, 2025, the conference. That morning I went to RDC. I had been excluded from Zeal's server. I had been told I could not speak to Zero because she was unwell. I had been kept a distance from people on his team for months, managed and redirected every time I tried to reach out. Here in person at the conference, there was no buffer. I saw them. I decided to try. I approached Cat and Serum. This was not confrontational. I was not there to start anything. I wanted to clear the air, if I had ever hurt either of them in any way, to show them that I was just a person, a normal person, not whatever version of me they had been given secondhand through Zeal. I wanted them to see me. What actually happened? This was not a quick approach and go. We talked for a while, me and Ken and Will. Hobo was there too. Hobo was the nicest person in the group. He was a genuine gentleman, and I mean that. He was warm and he treated me like a person. I want to be honest about that, because I do not think everyone there was acting in bad faith, and he deserved not to be lumped with what the others did. Zero was a different story. She kept turning her back on me. Every time I was in her space, she physically orientated away, cold and pointed, as if my presence was something to be endeared and removed as quickly as possible. The look on her face said it clearly. I was disgusting to her. I had done something unforgivable in her eyes. If she had heard things I said when I was hurt and frustrated, I will own that. But it was Zeal who managed the narrative. He kept us apart and chose what version of me she was given. At some point, when Zeal's coldness had gone to me, I told Hobo I did not want his stickers. I was upset. I was upset, and it came out toward him, even though he had not done anything to deserve it. I felt bad about that almost immediately. He had only been kind to me, so I went back to him. I apologized and accepted some stickers from him. Those stickers are still in my drawer. Cat was friendlier, but not in the way that meant they wanted to be friends. They were friendly in the way someone is when they are trying to get you to leave without a scene. They gave me pressure stickers, they smiled, and then they steered me away. I was shooed. That's the only word for it. Handed the sticker and moved along, like something you manage rather than someone you know. Everything Cat and Zero gave me, I ripped up and threw in the trash the same day. It upset me deeply. I had come in good faith. I had wanted to make peace with people I had been separated from through no clear fault of my own, by a person who had benefited from keeping us apart. And I was treated like something gross they needed to get away from. I have no patience for being disrespected in public. I have been through too much. Zerum got to be cold and dismissive from behind the protection of her proximity to Zeal, and she used that position like it gave her the right to treat me that way. It did not. On the framing that followed, this encounter was later framed by them as me harassing them. I want to be precise about what that framing does. I approached them once in a public space to try to apologize and clear the air. That is not harassment. Calling it harassment flips who was in distress and who was being unkind. It gave them a victim position they did not earn from the interaction. It gave people a reason to dismiss anything I might later say about how I was treated. And with Zero specifically, it fits a pattern. I say this from observation, not hatred. Once during a stage stream, I was in FL studio, Cat briefly joined stage and caught a bit of the OSD. They did not reach out to me. They went to Zero, who then reported it to Zeal. He entered the stage with 11 people and yelled at me. Shortly afterwards, Zero and Cat unfriended me. Zero had already blocked me, removed me from her server, and decided I was unstable. All before I ever had a problem with her. She hated me first. The coldness at RDC was not a surprise. May 28, 2025. Log of Cat joining and leaving stage within a minute. May 28, 2025. Log of Zeal immediately joining the stage to berate me. September 5th, 2025. Afternoon and evening. The following messages span the afternoon and evening of September 5th, 2025, the final day of RDC. I am ill with a fever I caught from Zeal. Zeal is attending industry events and dinners. These screenshots document how each of them spent that day and the emotional dynamic in their final exchanges before the conference ended. 4:21 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. PDT. In the afternoon of September 5, I messaged Zeal. Caught your dumbass James loser, now I'm burning out, fever, dizzying shit. Zeal responds with oops, and then sorry. I call him names and swear at him affectionately. The tone is joking. I am sick because of the physical closeness they share, and I am laughing about it. I am channeling my illness into affectionate teasing. This is the shape of a trauma bond. The source of harm becomes the source of comfort. 4:21 to 4:23 p.m. PDT. I am sick with a fever caught from Zeal. The response, oops. 4:29 to 4:30 p.m. PDT. I continue joking while sick. 4:44 to 6:25 p.m. PDT. I am still sick, awake through the afternoon. I watch my Uber on my phone and make a joke about the driver's music. I message Zeal. Zeal tells me he has a 2-hour dinner. I responded, 2 hours? That's long. Why? I had a bagel. Have fun, Louie. And take care of yourself. I am ill, alone in my room, and my concern is for his dinner. This holds true across all of the entire record. My attention is oriented towards Zeal's comfort even when I am the one who needs care. 4:44 to 6:25 p.m. EDT. I am sick alone. Zeal is at a 2-hour dinner. In the image, Ren says, I hate you, man. Tell me, ooh, blah blah, Ren. Don't look at me in RDC, Ren. But how do I not look at the hottest man ever walking around? You're a dumb fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you. Too sick. Hope's just gonna sleep for the rest of the day. How's your day? Seal says tired. Got a 2-hour dinner now. Ren says 2 hours? That's long. Why? I had a bagel. Have fun, Ren. Take care of yourself. 6:50 p.m. PDT. Despite being feverish and unwell, I send Zeal a collage of cute animal photos. Kittens, bunnies, rabbits on skateboards. I am still reaching toward him. Still trying to be someone he likes. 6:50 p.m. PDT. I, sick and awake for the afternoon, send Zeal a collage of cute animals. 10:01 p.m. to 10:04 p.m. PDT. Zeal messages, okay, done. Good night, Ren. I have just awoken from a nap. I tell him I was shaking and cold earlier but feels warmer now, and that I'm sad I missed the conference party. Zeal then tells me he met B. Slicks, someone who helped produce Yakuza, and someone who produces One Piece. My reaction is an immediate cascade of what messages. Even while sick, even in the context of everything I've been through, I am still the same person who marvels at things. 10:01 to 10:04 p.m. PDT. Zeal reports meeting major industry figures. I, sick in my room, reacts with excitement. 10:04 p.m. PDT. My reaction to learning Zeal met the producer of One Piece. Zeal is networking at the highest level of the industry while I'm in my hotel room, sick and recovering from an assault. The business cards below corroborate that Zeal's accounts of his meetings were accurate. He was with industry executives while I was alone and ill. Business card, Sega Sammy Group, consistent with Zeal's account of industry meetings at RDC 2025. Business card, additional industry contact from the same period. 10:30 p.m. to 10:31 p.m. PDT. I ask if we can see each other before everything ends. Z responds, I'm not coming over, sorry. I need proper rest tonight. Said aw, and ask, can we tomorrow after everything is over? Seal says probably not. Ren says, oh. One syllable. I absorb the rejection and move on. 10:30 to 10:31 p.m. PDT. Seal declines to come over. Probably not. 10:31 p.m. to 10:44 p.m. PDT. I message, hi Noi. Z responds, good night Ren. Try to rest. He sends a photo of a white rabbit. I respond, no. I reply, I'll try. Thanks for everything. 10:31 to 10:44 p.m. PDT. I thank Zeal for everything. I notice a couple in the hallway and tell them about it. A few minutes later, I told them about a small strange thing. I heard knocking at the door in front of my room and looked through people to see a couple making out. 10:44 to 10:47 p.m. PDT. This is me, the day after being sexually assaulted, clarifying to the person who assaulted me that I do not want sex, just affection. I am still negotiating the terms of my own safety with him, still explaining what I need, still hoping he will care. No, I don't want sex, I don't know. Just want the kisses and cuddles and cute stuff, I guess. 10:44 to 10:47 p.m. BDT. I said I just wanted kisses and cuddles. I am still telling him what I need. In the image, Ren says, I'll try. Thanks for everything. It's just tomorrow is your final night here. Kind of weird, but a bit ago I heard knocking, and I don't know, I thought it was you. I got up and looked through the eye peeky thingy. Seal says, I've been in bed. Ren says, but it was the door in front of me, and it opens, and a guy goes in and starts making out with a girl. In response to Zeal being in bed, Ren says, I know. No, I don't want sex. I don't know. Just want kisses and cuddles and cute stuff, I guess. 10:47 to 10:50 p.m. PDT. I apologize for wanting affection and call myself selfish for even wanting to be held. He responds with his sleep schedule. He reassures me I am not selfish, only after I already absorbed the rejection and punished myself for it. The dynamic here is identical to every other exchange in this record. I ask for something, he redirects his own needs, I apologize. Zero responds, I don't know, man. I just want some alone time. I don't get enough sleep when we do things. Ren immediately apologizes. Sorry. Zeal says, 6 hours yesterday, 5 today. Ren says, I just wanted things before it's over forever. Just being selfish. Zeal says, I want to be rested for tomorrow and the day after. Then, you're not selfish. 10:47 to 10:50 p.m. PDT. Zeal was upset about his sleep schedule. I apologized for asking for affection, and called myself selfish. 10:50 p.m. to 10:57 p.m. PDT. Zeal sends a long message in the first time in never. He is telling me plainly that what I have found in him is not something I can keep. He frames it as care. He says, this is kind of why I was afraid. What he was afraid of was my attachment, not for my sake, but for his convenience. Only after he got what he wanted more than once. I am thanking him. I am telling the person who assaulted me that he gave me hope that men can be good, and wish there were more men like him. I've normalized what was done to me so completely that I can sit in its aftermath and feel grateful. 10:50 to 10:57 p.m. PDT. Seal tells me the good thing I have relies on him, someone who won't be there. I thank him for giving me hope. In the image, Zeal says, "That's just how it is. Like you want to do things that feel good. That's just being human. I want to go home and work on my good PC, for example. Doesn't make me selfish. You want kisses and cuddle and maybe more. Doesn't make you selfish. I don't know what to recommend that isn't me though. Cause yeah, I know guys in your country suck ass, but I don't know what to do about that. This is kind of why I was afraid. Cause you got a good thing, but that relies on me, someone who isn't gonna be there." Ren says, "It's fine. I know how it's always been for me, so I'm used to it. You win some, you lose some. You gave me an experience I craved. You just gave me hope men can be good because I believed they couldn't be. So maybe it's not over. I wish more men would like you. Would make life better." 11 p.m. to 11:04 p.m. PDT. Seal says, "I do so too. Good men exist, but fuck, we're a rare breed." This exchange is the clearest distillation of the entire dynamic. He gives me just enough warmth to feel seen, then he withdraws. Then he tells me to go find it somewhere else. Then he says sorry. He has done this across every section of this record, not once owning up to what he's done and recognizing that he's hurt me and continues to hurt me. 11:27 to 11:44 p.m. PDT. My response to Zeal's sorry is, oh, what a person with a clear view of what has happened to them would write. It's clear and it shows that it is what someone in the grip of a trauma bond writes. Someone who has been so thoroughly conditioned to orient towards their abuser that the abuse itself has become the source of their sense of safety, and without it, I'd collapse. I write in part, don't be. I lost the hope, but you gave it back. Now I know men like you actually exist, even if it's rare. So thank you for this, all of this. And then minutes later, I feel safe with you now. I don't think I'll ever feel scared of you again. You're a genuinely gentle, kind-hearted soul, and you deserve the world. I love you, Zeal, okay? I wish you the best, genuinely. I wish you all the happiness and laughs and success and everything you wish and strive for and will support you. I won't distance from you ever again. We wouldn't have connected the way we did this fucking close if we didn't love each other and care this deeply, and I appreciate it so much. I know I have someone in my life and that's really awesome now. I tell him I feel safe with him. I tell him I love him. I tell him I will not distance myself from him ever again, and I thank him for giving me hope. I called him a genuinely gentle, kind-hearted soul. This is written to the person who sexually assaulted me less than 24 hours earlier. They called it trauma bonding. I was experiencing many things, like something called Stockholm Syndrome, in which a person who has been harmed by someone they depended on for safety, affection, and validation experience an intensified attachment to that person in the aftermath of the harm. The abuser becomes paradoxically the only source of relief from the fear they created. Every element of Zeal's behavior throughout this record, the warmth and the withdrawal, the praise and the dismissal, the physical access followed by normalization, is consistent with a grooming pattern that produces exactly this response. The fact that I expressed safety after being hurt is the key to showing something genuinely horrible was happening, but I didn't know and was unaware at the time. I also referenced something Zeal had promised me a while back after the last update, a reference to the previous interaction within the Roblox community context, and says the shit I did happen and stuff. The shit, yeah, sorry. I'm already re-narrating the assault as stuff that happened. Something that got in the way of plans rather than something done by me, the same way Zeal had framed it. Oh, sorry, done to me, the same way Zeal had framed it. 11:27 to 11:44 p.m. PDT. I responded to Zeal's sorry. I tell him I feel safe, that I love him, that I will never distance myself from him. I feel safe with you now. I don't think I'll ever feel scared of you again. Telling him everything. September 2025 RDC week. The screenshot is addressed to Zeal. Like almost everything else in this record, I reported it to him. My friends had just spent the evening taking care of me, and I told my abuser about it in real time, the way I told him everything. X noticed I was sad and ran to me to get ice cream. Friend heated spaghetti for me. They all gathered around me, scratching my head, hugging me. My friends could see that something was wrong, but they did not know how to name it. They did not say it out loud, so they just held me and fed me and stayed close. And I, sitting in the middle of what I love, opened Zeal and told Zeal, opened Discord and told Zeal about it. I love my friends. I love love. I feel so loved, and it's making me emotional again. I'm so happy, Saul. Life is beautiful. I love living this week. It has been the best week in my entire life. I'm happy I never killed myself. I am telling the person who assaulted me that this is the best week of my life. I am telling him I am happy I am alive. I am describing the care my friends are showing me, care that exists in large part because of what he has done. And I am sharing with him as though he is someone who should know, as though he is on my side. I am reporting my life to him, every feeling, every moment, every sandwich, and every ice cream cup, the way I have been doing so since we first started talking. My friends were scratching my head because something was wrong. I was messaging Zeal to tell him about it. Those two things were happening at the same time, in the same room, and I did not see the contradiction. I'm happy I never killed myself. I had a history with my own mental health this week of grooming and assault and ice cream and bunny memes. Felt like a reason to be alive. I meant it. The story was the story I was in was that beautiful through my rose-colored glasses. RDC week, September 2025, I tell Zeal that my friends brought me ice cream, heated spaghetti for me, and held me while I cried. I call this the best week of my life. I say I'm happy I have never killed myself. Note, the name of my friend has been redacted and placed with friend throughout this document to protect my privacy. They are not a subject of this record. They are a witness to it. In the image, I was a little sad. Oh, sorry. Ren says this. I was a little sad he ran and got me ice cream. And blank heated spaghetti for me. And they were all scratching my head and hugging me. I love my friends. I love love. I feel so loved. It's making me emotional again. I'm happy, soft. Life is beautiful. I love living. This week has been the best week in my entire life. I'm happy I never killed myself. September 6th to 7th, 2025. Shift in engagement during RDC. During RDC, my behavior toward him remained consistent. I continued reaching out, sharing updates, and attempting to spend time together. I sent him messages, photos of myself and my friends getting ready for the night, and kept him updated on where I was and what I was doing. His responses during this period became noticeably minimal and detached. Sorry. His responses during this period became noticeably minimal and detached. He repeatedly indicated that he was occupied with his team, other people, or event-related activities. I understood that RDC was busy and that he had responsibilities, so I did not react negatively to this. What these screenshots show that is that even as I continued to make content in a normal and friendly way, he was becoming harder to reach and less personally present. I interpret I interpreted that distance as at the time as him being busy, and I accommodated it. September 6, 2025, 8:23 to 8:24 p.m. PDT. He says he is in the Q&A, then says he is with his team and other people. I respond normally and say I would love to meet them, then ask him to let me know when they are done. Screenshot showing him stating that he is in the QA, then with others, while I continue trying to coordinate seeing in person. In the image, Zeal says, I'm in the Q&A, not NP now. Ren says, your team is looking for you. I'm hanging with them. We made up. Zeal says, I'm with blank and blank. Ren says, whoa, I want to meet them. Let me know when you guys done. September 7th, 2025, 1:58 a.m. PDT. I continue sending him light, friendly messages and images while he remains minimally engaged. Screenshot showing me continuing to message him casually and warmly during this event. In the image are two images of bunnies with a caption in between saying, me to you. September 7, 2025, 1:59 to 2:29 a.m. PDT. When he responds, the exchange stays brief. I continue updating him about what I am doing, including getting ready for the awards night and going home to rest, while his replies remain short and limited. Screenshot showing the continued imbalance in engagement. I keep sharing updates and trying to stay connected, while his replies remain minimal. In the image, Zeal says hi. Ren says hey. Hi, hey. What you doing, what you doing? Zeal says attending RDC. Ren says, oh, it's still going. Zeal says it's closed now. Ren says, oh, cool, cool. I just finished shopping and going home to rest a little. I got an awesome fit for the awards. I'm gonna be so awesome looking, dude. Zeal says, that's good to hear. September 6, 2025, the night of the RIAs. The Roblox Innovation Awards are happening tonight in San Jose. Zeal is there as a developer. I am not with him. 3 days have passed since the assault. I am still reaching toward him. 5:02 p.m. PDT. I sent him a photo of my neck. The scars, the marks he left are visible. I write, you forgot you left those? Zeal says, oops, then no. Oops, and then no. Flippancy, then denial. He left marks on my neck, and then his entire response is 2 words across 2 messages. There is no concern for whether I am okay. No acknowledgement of what those marks mean or how they got there. Just oops and no. I am not confronting him. I am not angry. The tone of you forgot your left toes is not accusatory. It's almost playful. I am pointing at evidence of what he did to my body the way you would point at something charming he accidentally left behind. This is what the conditioning produce. I am showing him the marks on my neck and making it easy for him. September 6, 2025, 5:02 p.m. PDT. I send Zeal a photo of the marks on my neck. He says oops and then no. Five o two to 5:05 p.m. PDT. I continue. I describe the marks. Bro marked me like an animal on God. They were so reread yesterday, lol. They're fading away. They hurt a little, and I think it's neat because it's the feelings you left for me. One of the good pains. You a freak though. I have found a way to make the pain meaningful, not just tolerable. The feelings you left for me, the marks on my neck, are not just something he did to my body without my full consent. They are proof that he was there, that something passed between us, that it mattered. One of the good pains is not minimization, it is transformation. I have taken what he left on my body and turned it into evidence of closeness. This is the same movement I made every time something hurt. Find a meaning in it. Keep the story intact. Because if the story is intact, then I am not a person something was done to. I'm a person who is loved. Sue responds with 1 word. Then I say hi. Sue says hi. I say hi. The exchange about the marks on my leg dissolves into small talk within seconds. That is how fast this gets filed away. That is how practiced we both are and not looking directly at it. September 6, 2025, 5:02 to 5:05 p.m. PDT. I described the mark Zeal left on my neck as one of the good pains, and the feelings he left for me. Zeal responds with brah. The conversation moves on. September 6, 2025, still reporting in. Throughout the evening, I am with friends. I am taking photos. I am sending them to Zeal the way I have sent him everything, the way I have been reporting my life to him since the beginning. The assault has not changed that. The conditioning runs deeper than the harm. There are photos from this night that I am not including here. What matters is the pattern. I am happy, I am surrounded by people who love me, and I am telling him about it. Every photo, every moment. He is the person I want to share my life with, even now. Especially now. November 6, 2025. I send Zeal a group photo. The caption feels like a family photo. I'm happy. I am happy. That is real. The happiness and the harm existed at the same time, in the same week, in the same body. That is not a contradiction I can see clearly yet. I am sending him proof of how good my life looks from the outside, and asking him, without saying it, to be part of it. September 6, 2025, 6:18 to 6:57 p.m. PTT. The RIA notification comes through in our conversation. Ready for the RIAs. Doors are open. Make your way over and enjoy some pre-show bites and drinks. Reminder, there is no re-entry once you exit the venue. I text careful. One word. I am watching out for him even now. Even as he walked into a room full of people who do not know what happened in my hotel room 3 nights ago. I am still the person who cares whether he makes it inside before the doors close. Then, may I see your fit? Zeal responds, not now. It's starting. He dismisses the request in 4 words. The show is starting. I can wait. Or I cannot wait, and does not matter, because he is walking to the RAs and I am on the other side of a screen. I say, here's mine, and I send him a photo of myself. September 6, 2025, the night I decided to die. The RA night was not over when I wrote that. It was just the beginning. What happened next is the hardest part of this document to write. Not because I am not sure of it. I am sure of every second to it. It's hard to write because I'm still here, and for a long stretch of that night, I was trying very hard not to be. What he did and what he knew. Zeal knows I have BPD. He has known this for as long as we've been close. He knows what it means. The fear of abandonment can become consuming, the way emotional pain can escalate past what I can regulate on my own, the way I can spiral when I feel concerned or discarded. He knows all of this. That night he used it. He engineered a situation that he knew would trigger me. He knew exactly which lever to pull and he pulled it. When I lost control. This is what BPT looks like when someone who knows your diagnosis deliberately pushes on it. I said things I did not mean. I made threats. I am physically small. He knows I am physically small. He has always known that. The threats were empty, and he knew they were empty. He had just left marks on my neck 3 nights before. I have never hurt anyone in my life, but the threats existed now, and that is what mattered to him. Hip hop. I was outside, sitting on the steps of a staircase, trying to hold myself together. A Roblox staff member found me there. She had nicknamed me Hip Hop at some point during the conference because I hop when I'm excited. She walked up to me and said, "What's the matter, Hip Hop?" I started crying. I told her I really want to punch someone because he had ruined something I love. She was calm. She was said, "No, no, don't do that. That's really bad and it will get you in trouble. How about you take a walk? The weather is so nice. Take a walk, get some fresh air, clear your head. You're clearly in a lot of distress and you're shaking." She was kind. I thank her. I started walking back toward my hotel. When the grip left, somewhere on that walk, something in me let go. It was not a dramatic moment. It was quiet. 1 second I was walking back, and the next I was somewhere else inside myself, dissociated, untethered, not fully in my own body. Everything I had been holding landed on me at once. The marks on my neck, my religious family at home who could not know. Every friend I believe hated me. Zeal, the feeling that I had nowhere to go and no one who wanted me there. At a moment, I made a decision. I was going to end my life. I did not think of it as giving up. I thought of it as the only logical conclusion to a night that had already taken everything. 3 buildings. I disappeared into the city. I do not know exactly where I went. I was not checking myself. I climbed at least 3 buildings, looking for a way to the top. America is not like home. Back home, rooftops are accessible. I had gotten up onto them before, in darker times before this one. Here, every emergency exit was locked. Every stairwell ended at a closed door with no gap. No ledge, nothing. There were suicide prevention measures everywhere. The kind that exists precisely because people like me have looked for exactly what I was looking for. I started kicking the emergency exit doors, screaming at them. People hurt me and I had to run. I was barefoot at some point. I was wearing my formal attire from the RIAs. I was terrified and furious and so completely exhausted by existing that I could not think of a single reason to keep doing it. What was happening behind my back? I learned all of this afterward. While I was climbing buildings looking for a way to die, the police were called on me. While I do not have definitive proof nor accounts from anyone that may have witnessed the report, I believe it would not be far-fetched to me to conclude that it was Zeal, Zerum, Cat, and Cyborg who had called the police on me. They may have reported me as a threat. They may have used the fact that I had made verbal threats in a BBT episode to have me arrested. It wouldn't be surprising that they had called me a psychopath. I was not a threat. I was a 22-year-old girl in formal attire with no shoes, somewhere in a city I did not know, trying to find a tall enough building to jump from, but they did not know that. Or did they not care? Or both. Cyborg called my phone multiple times. He said he wanted to give me a hug. He said I should come back. He did not say there were police waiting. I was tempted. I wanted someone to want me, but I decided I did not deserve hugs. I was too horrible to deserve comfort, so I did not go back. My friend X was not there because that night. My friend X was not there that night because Zeal had told me he would not come. That was a lie. X did not show up to the RAs because he had a business meeting, not because I had made him uncomfortable. Zeal invented that. He told me X did not want to come, did not want to be around me so that I would feel more alone. It worked. What I know now is that X, when he found out where I was and what was happening, left everything. He was in the middle of a deal with someone who represents a major creator. He was in the middle of a deal with someone who represents a major creator. He left it. He pushed people to help find me. He ran. Binary. I had made it to the street. I was standing there thinking about cars, thinking about what it would take, about whether that was the way. And then a man walked by with a dog. The dog jumped on me. I do not have a better way to describe it. She launched herself at me and started licking my face before I attempted to process what was happening. Her name was Binary. She was a husky. She was completely, entirely, joyfully convinced that I was the most important person on that street. I stopped. I could not stop crying, and I could not stop laughing at the same time. Both at once, my breathing steadied. I was back in my body. I was no longer in that headspace. Binary locked me out of it. On screen is a image of Binary the husky. Binary, September 6, 2025, San Jose. She found me on the street and knocked me back into the world. The man on the sidewalk. The man noticed I had no shoes. He noticed I was wearing formal attire and walking aimlessly through the city at night with no shoes on, and asked if I was okay. I looked at him and I said, I'm not. No, I'm not. He sat down on the sidewalk. He told me to sit next to him. I did. He told me his name. I still pray for him. I will not write his name here for privacy reasons, but I will carry him with me for the rest of my life. I told him how bad of a person I was, that I had betrayed someone I loved, that I hated myself, that I wished death on myself. He cried when he found out I had been trying to find a place to end my life. He told me the person I love would not want to see me dead over something like this. He said you're hurting, but you'd hurt him the worst if you were gone. They really want to hurt him more. And I started crying and saying no, no, never. I love him. I never want to make this any worse for him. He also told me that he also told me what I did sounded like a misunderstanding that had gone out of proportion, and that I should talk to my friend. Then he said, if your friend can't trust you, then I will trust you. May I trust you? I said no. I said he absolutely could not trust me. That nobody should ever trust me. That I could not be trusted. He handed me Binary's leash. My friend, X. I answered. I yelled. I cursed at him. I asked him why he had not shown up to the innovation awards, why he left me waiting. I did not yet know that Zeal had lied to me about X not wanting to be around me. I was still carrying that lie as a fact. X took, X took all of it. He did not get defensive. He told me that he had gotten caught up with a business meeting and was late. Then he asked where I was. I sent him my location. He ran, on foot, the entire distance, in his expensive suit and clothes. In his expensive suit and clothes. Shoes. Sorry. When I saw him across the street, he was already running toward me. He grabbed me and held on. He said he was so glad nothing happened to me. He checked if I was hurt. Then he went to the man and thanked him. He crouched down and let Binary lick him and thanked her too. Later he told me, Ren, you can never make me uncomfortable. It was Zeal, what he did to you. I didn't know how to help you or tell you what was going on, and it's all new to me. September 6, 2025, San Jose. X sitting with me on the sidewalk on his phone, letting his friend know he found me and that I am safe. Reporting back to Zeal again. X and I sat together on the sidewalk for a while, and during that time, I started texting Zeal, not to tell him what had happened to me, not to confront him, to apologize. Again, the same reporting back to Zeal cycle continued even then. I had just spent hours trying to find a way to die. A stranger had sat with me on a curb. A friend had run through the streets to reach me. And the first thing I did when I held my phone back in my hands was to tell Zeal I was sorry. September 6, 2025. The first messages I sent Zeal on the side from the sidewalk. Photos of the street and of binary. Text. I'm so sorry, Zeal. I betrayed you. I hurt you so many times, and I continue to hurt you. September 6, 2025, approximately 11:28 p.m. PDT. Sitting on the sidewalk with X. I text Zeal. I betrayed you. I tell him I never broke a promise before. That I am human, a really stupid one. In the image, Ren says, I betrayed you, but I didn't mean any malice or ill will. I got ahead of myself because I felt too happy and too excited and thought my close friends would keep it a secret as they told me about their experiences. I know this doesn't mean anything to you, but I genuinely didn't want to hurt you, you know. I wouldn't want to hurt you. I love you too much to want to hurt you. I just keep doing the dumbest fucking shit, and I'm sorry, and you didn't need to accept my apology, but no, I'm sorry. I'm confused and didn't know what I'm doing, and I'm a grown-ass adult. I'm 22, and I should be more mature than this, yet I keep behaving like I'm 17. I'm human. A really stupid one. What I did was never out of bad intentions, but it was still breaking my promise, and I never broke a promise before. This is the first promise I've broken, and I must say it feels tight in the chest to break a promise like it's crushing your insides. I wish I could fix this or make it up to you in any way, but I guess all I could offer is time and give you space that you need. I love you, Zeal, and I'm sorry. The man that saved me on the sidewalk told me that you love me and that's why you've forgiven me so many times, and I just sat there processing that. He said he cares so much about you to trust you and he won't hate you. And he cried when he found out I was trying to find a place to kill myself. He told me you wouldn't want me dead or kill myself tonight because something this silly. And I said it's not silly, it's fucked up what I did. But he said, you're hurting. He said, you're hurting, but you'd hurt me the worst if I were gone. And said, do you really want to hurt him worse? And I started crying more, saying, no, 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 never. Fucking never. I love him. I never want to make this any worse. So I picked up my phone and Blank was crying. Blank was making a deal with the person who represents Builderman, but when he knew where I was, he left and pushed people looking for me and ran calling me for my location. And I realized how many people I'm hurting by selfishly thinking I deserve to die after this. Blank screamed at me, you're selfish, you're so selfish. And do you not give a fuck what anyone is feeling? You hurt Seal and now you're hurting me. I didn't intend to, but I did. And I want to improve. I don't want to remain convinced I'm a helpless lost cause. All these people trying to comfort me like I'm the victim when you are, and I'm telling them you deserve the care, not me genuinely. You didn't deserve what I did to you. September 6, 2025, approximately 11:35 to 11:47 PDT. I tell Zeal that the man on the sidewalk cried when he found out I had been looking for a place to kill myself. I told Zeal, the man said Zeal loves me. I say I realize how many people I'm hurting by thinking I deserve to die. Minutes later, another acquaintance calls me selfish for worrying people. I agree with her. Read those messages carefully. I had been walking barefoot through a city trying to find a building tall enough to jump from. A stranger had held my shoes while I held his dog. My friend had run to me through the night, and yet in those messages, I am not the person who almost died. I am the person who hurt Zeal and should be guilty. I am apologizing to him. I am calling myself stupid. I am saying I betrayed him. I am agreeing that I am selfish for having needed saving. This is what the conditioning produced, all the way to the end of the worst night of my life. He was still the one I oriented towards. He was still the one whose feelings I was managing, even after everything that had happened to me. And they all later on had taken advantage of that. After after a while, I told X I wanted ice cream, like we had gone on last time. He said, okay, let's go. The city was loud. There was a red pickup truck on the street with music blasting and people dancing around it. A whole crowd of them just out there in the middle of the night living loudly. I stopped and watched them. I had spent the past few hours trying to die, and the city was just lively, beautiful, and still going. I noticed things like that, even after something this terrible. I cannot help it. I saw the lights, I heard the laughter, I watched people dance in the street, and something in me went quiet in a different way than it had gone quiet earlier. It felt nice to see people alive. September 20th, 25, late evening, San Jose. Music blasting, people dancing around our pickup truck in the street. We got ice cream. Then X took me back to my room. He took me in. He covered me in blankets and sat with me until I was calm and petted my head gently. Then he left. That night was one of the worst nights of my life. I am alive today because of a dog named Binary, a random man on the sidewalk walking her, and a real friend that I will forever appreciate. No one else came for me that night, and then later they framed me as attention seeking and performative. I would not accept their personal reflection as they are attention seeking over what I went through. Their victim complex does not define my near death experience. If I had died that night, you would not be reading this. They would have controlled the story. They would have told you what happened to me and how and whose fault it was, and you would have believed them because I would not have been there to say what had actually happened to me. September 11, 2025, a reconnection. 8 days after my suicide attempt, 5 days after RDC ended, Zeal was the one who reached out first. I want to be clear about that. I did not go back to him. He came to me. He said he missed me, and that was all it took to pull me back in completely. September 11, 2025, 9:47 p.m. a.m. He opens with, I really wish you hadn't done all that because I do miss you. You were very soft. You were very soft. 8 days after the assault, he is describing my body and he misses it. He's not saying he misses me. He's saying he misses how I was with him. He is opening the reconnection with a reference to physical intimacy, with no recourse to my well-being or care to ask how I was doing, and I fell apart. September 11, 2025, 9:47 a.m. Zeal reaches out first. I really wish you hadn't done all that because I do miss you. You were very soft. I respond by begging him to stay. I respond, I fucking miss you. I fucking miss you so much you don't even begin to understand the guilt I feel. I was up for the past few hours pretending I'm telling you things because I didn't want to text you and you make you block me. So I was just saying and saying things and spamming myself. I'm so sorry for everything I did. I was so happy and excited. I didn't think twice. I fucked up and I betrayed you. I'll give you all the space you ever need. Just please don't go away. He says, I'm not leaving. I'm just sad and disappointed. He is sad and disappointed. Not me. He assaulted me. He lied to my friends about me. He was at the Innovation Awards while I was on a sidewalk trying to die. And at this moment, he is sad and disappointed. I am begging him not to go. 9:58 a.m. I tell him he has every right to be sad, that I've been reflecting, that I will keep working on myself, that I never want to be like this to him again. I tell him to get some sleep before his update his update launch, that he went through too much too fast. 9:58 a.m. I validate his disappointment, make sure he rests before his game launch. In the image, Zeal says, I'm not leaving. I'm just sad and disappointed. Ren says, you have every right to. I've been reflecting and I'll keep working on myself and bettering myself. I don't ever want to be like this to you ever again, ever. It's also quite late. I hope you get some shut-eye before this whole update thing. You went through way too much too fast. I want to know what is happening in these two screenshots. He opened by saying he misses me and I was soft. I responded by apologizing for everything, listing my failures, begging him not to block me. He responded by being sad and disappointed. I responded by making sure he was okay before his game release. I am the one who almost died, and I am managing his feelings about his Roblox update. 5:15 p.m. I tell Zeal that my best friend, someone he knows personally, has been making fun of my suicide attempt online. I show him a screenshot of her comments mocking me. She was my best friend up until this point. I tell him I cannot believe it. That I know it's hypocritical of me to say, given everything. I tell him my attempt for Zeal that I was not faking it. 5:15 p.m. I show Zeal a screenshot of my best friend mocking my suicide attempt comments. I tell him I cannot process it. In the image, Ren says, Zeal, I'm sorry, I just want to know something. Blank was the one who told you that I talked to about us to people, right? And now she's making fun of my suicide attempt. I don't know what to think of her anymore because she betrayed my trust. I know this is hypocritical of me to say. I know. I just can't not tell you because it's just insane to me. I don't know how to process this. Even I know we all went through so much, but my suicide attempt was real. I wasn't faking. I don't know what to say. 5:22 p.m. I continue. My best friend called me a psychopath and told other people I was a psychopath. Zeal knows her. I trusted her completely. Of everyone in my life, she was the last person I expected to do this. I tell him I am just struggling mentally. I am not a psychopath. I ask him, do I deserve this? 5:22 p.m. I tell Zeal I was called a psychopath. I ask if I deserve this cruelty. In the images, Ren says, she used to tell me she's jealous of me, but I didn't expect her to do this. She kept talking about how she hasn't made it in the community, but we all did. I didn't expect her to do this. In the hotel room when she was getting ready, she said it once again, and I hugged her and told her she will find job opportunities and that she's talented, and yet I didn't expect her to do this fucking shit. I'll stop talking now, I just couldn't not mention this. Out of everyone I trusted, she was the last person I expected to do or say anything. She called me a psychopath. She told people I'm a psychopath. I'm just struggling mentally. I'm just an excited person who gets sad. I'm not a psychopath, Zeal. You know that. I messed up. I had no ill intention. Why is she saying all of this? Do I deserve this? I'm so sorry for everything I've done, but I don't believe I deserve this cruelty, do I? 5:33 p.m. Zeal sends me a photo of a bunny with another animal. He responds to everything I just told him. You don't deserve to. You don't deserve this. Sorry. His response to everything I just told him. You don't deserve this cruelty. I reply, Zeal, you genuinely were the only person who understood me. I can't believe what I did to you and how I betrayed you. 5:33 p.m. Zeal responds to news of my suicide attempt being mocked with a bunny photo and you don't deserve this cruelty. I respond by apologizing to him. I had just told him someone was mocking my suicide attempt. He responds is a bunny photo and a reassurance. And my response to that is to apologize to him. Again, for betraying him. I am the one who almost died. I am the one being publicly mocked. And I am apologizing to the man who assaulted me. 6:37 to 6:38 p.m. Zeal begins framing the person who hurt me as someone who is coping in a very awful way about losing a close friend, and says, like no one wants to cut you off, but they do it because they can't trust you. He is, in effect, redirecting my pain about being publicly mocked back onto my own untrustworthiness. Then, I'm taking a huge gamble and betting that you have changed from this, and will keep your word next time. He's positioning herself as the one taking a risk on me, the generous one, the forgiving one. I almost died 8 days ago. He had assaulted me 11 days ago, and he is the one taking a gamble. 6:37 to 6:38 p.m. Zeal reframes my pain, positions himself as forgiving, and announces he is taking a huge gamble on me. In the image, Zeal says, I think she's coping in a very awful way about losing a close friend. Ren says, could be. Zeal says, like no one wants to cut you off, but they do it because they can't trust you. Ren says, you're right, I hope so, because I am scared that she actually just said that truly. Zeal says, I've taken a huge gamble and betting that you have changed from this, and will keep your word next time. Ren says, I have. 6:38 to 6:39 p.m. I say I will never fucking betray you or anyone ever again. He responds, I know what you taste like. It's good, by the way. This is 11 days after the assault. He has just told me he is taking a huge gamble on my trustworthiness, and then immediately he references tasting me, casually, like it's flirtatious small talk, as if what happened in that hotel room was a mutual experience we were both fond of. This is what the cycle looked like. Re-establish moral authority, then immediately use the intimacy the assault created as a resource. 6:38 to 6:39 p.m. After I swear to never betray him, he says, I know what you taste like. It's good, by the way. 6:39 p.m. I say, Zeal, fuck you, man. He says, give it a month. Give people time to process. I tell him I was not expecting to see what I saw when I went to delete her account to give her space. I say I'm not a bad person, right? He says, no, just mentally ill. But that doesn't make you bad. I'm mentally ill. 6:39 p.m. He tells me to give people time to process, reassures me I am not bad, just mentally ill. In the image, Ren says, Zeal, fuck you, man. Zeal says, give it a month. Give people time to process. Ren says, I will. I'm learning to respect boundaries now and give people space. I just wasn't expecting to see what I saw when I went to delete her to distance for a while. So I got shocked because she did delete me everywhere. So I was finishing the job not to cut her off, but to give space and time. But now it's like, I don't know, you know, I'm not a bad person, right, Zeal? Zeal says, no, just mentally ill. But that doesn't make you feel bad. That doesn't make you bad. I'm mentally ill. On the forced to fire narrative, 6:41 to 6:43 p.m. I tell Zeal he is amazing. I tell him we never stop caring about each other. Then I say, it's one of the reasons I forced you to fire me. I wanted to see you not as my boss anymore. I didn't want to be scared of you anymore. 6:41 to 6:43 p.m. I tell him why I left the job. I forced you to fire me. Meant I made myself leave. I quit. In the image, Zeal says, am I a bad person? Ren says, no, you're amazing. We all had our ups and downs too, me and you, because of illness and stress. But we never ever stopped caring about each other. It's one of the reasons I forced you to fire me. I wanted to see you as not my boss anymore. I didn't want to be scared of you anymore. Maybe you didn't notice I liked you so much for a long time, years. Seal says, I don't know if I did. I need to explain where the phrase forced you to fire me even comes from, because it is not language I invented. Cat had framed my departure as Zeal to as my departure to Zeal as me forcing him to fire me. That was their version of events, and Zeal repeated it to me enough times that I had heard it so many times it seeped into how I described it myself, even though I always knew I could. That is what the line is. Me absorbing their framing back at him in the middle of an emotional conversation, trying to take ownership of something so he would not be angry with me. I quit. I said it then. The document you are reading establishes this. The September 3rd section shows how shows Zeal asking how my job hunting is going after you quit. I left because the working relationship had made me feel abused, overworked, and afraid. I left because I did not want to be scared of someone who was supposed to be my friend. Kat told him I forced him to fire me. He repeated that to me until I started using those words myself. And then, in this conversation, those words were used as evidence against me. That is the loop. That is how it worked. You reshape someone's understanding of their own story until they start telling it in your words. 6:49 to 6:53 p.m. The conversation shifts. We talked about his health. He is sick from air conditioning. I asked if my kisses got him sick. He tells me it was the aircon, not me. I tell him to drink water, put on a jacket, and keep warm. I ask him about his event release. 6:49 to 6:53 p.m. I check on his health, remind him to stay warm, and wish him a good event launch. 8 days after I try to die, I am asking if he is warm enough and whether the bugs in his game are going to be annoying. This is the pattern. This is what it looks like. 2:41 to 3:19 a.m. on September 12, 2025. In the early hours of the following morning, I'm still checking on him. He has no jacket. He forgot it in America. He is cold. I tell him to find a blanket and wear socks. September 12, 2025, 2:41 to 3:19 a.m. I make sure he's warm. I send bunny photos until he falls asleep. He says, okay. This is what the reconnection looked like. Not a reckoning, not a confrontation, not a moment where I said, what you did to me in that hotel room is why I almost died. I looked at bunny photos at 3 in the morning, asked if he had socks on, and told him his event launch is going to be fine. I had not yet fully named what happened to me. I had not yet fully understood it. I was still in the cycle, still caretaking the person who had put me on the sidewalk. It took time, it took therapy, it took months before I could see it for what it was. September 13 to 14, 2025. This is what the note at the end of this section describes. September 13, starting at 1 a.m., I am sharing old songs that I found on an archive site, sending selfies, spamming memes, and silly drawings, sending him stickers that say super proud of you and you matter, writing I want to live in your hugs and I'd go anywhere to see you again, and I want to be a silly cat with you. He responds with a one-word answer or a bunny photo or hi. This goes on until nearly 6 in the morning. September 13, 2025. Bunny photos exchanged across the day. Then that evening, he sends a meme. The punchline is, I can help with that. And then, I know how you taste already. 10 days after the assault, he uses it like a compliment. Like it's something shared and warm in between us. I ask if the drama he mentioned is about Roblox. He says yes. I ask what happened. We move on. September 13, 2025, 10:51 p.m. Zeal sends a flirty meme. Then, I know how you taste already. 10 days after the assault. September 14, 2025, 1:16 a.m. After midnight, he asked me to send him my gooning material. I tell him I do not have any. I am a saint. He says he is just bored and pushes. Try it. In the image, Zeal says, you should send me your gooning material, smiles. Ren says, my what? What do you mean? I don't have gooning material. I am a saint. Zeal says, I'm just bored. Ren says, I don't think you'd like my Goonie material. Zeal says, try it. I explain, embarrassed, that I am a reading nerd, that what I read for that kind of thing is erotica, written fiction, that I forgot which ones, that I think this is why I am good with words. I warn him he's going to laugh at me. He calls me the Gooner. My heart is racing. I am embarrassed. I say I will send mine if he sends his, and he tells me his is just regular Twitter slop. September 14, 2025, 1:16 to 1:23 a.m. He asks for my Goonie material. I explain I read erotica. He calls me the Gooner. His is just regular Twitter slop. I want to be clear about what I was actually describing because it matters. I read, that is it. I am a word person, always has been, and the way I engage with anything, including anything intimate or sexual, is through language. Written fiction. I had not thought of it as Goonie material until he used that word, and I borrowed it back at him because it was easier than explaining the difference at 1 a.m. while embarrassed. He collapsed it into the same category as what he does, which by his own description is visual, scrolled, passive, regular Twitter slop. Those are not the same thing. One is literary, one is not. He called me the Gooner because it was funny and because it gave him something to use, but he had misunderstood what I actually said and chose not to distinguish because the distinction did not deserve because sorry because the distinction did not serve the moment he was trying to create. What he volunteered. I want to be extremely precise here because what happens next matters. I did not ask him to show me what he watches. I did not bring it up. I did not hint at it. He volunteered it, unprompted. He shared a direct link to pornographic content and described it as stuff like this, I guess, very vanilla. He wanted me to see what he masturbates to, and I never asked. September 14, 2025, 1:32 to 1:40 a.m. He shares porn he watches, calling it very vanilla. I respond with surprise, referencing how seeing him physically changed my perspective on bodies. Then, immediately after sharing pornography he watches, he says, FYI, I'm not gonna send nudes. I don't feel comfortable with those being online anywhere. I want you to sit with that for a moment. He was not comfortable having his own images exist digitally because he understood what could happen with them. He understood the risk of exposure. He understood the danger of something intimate being out of your control. He articulated it clearly. He protected himself. He made a boundary and stated it out loud. That same awareness, that same instinct for self-protection did not extend to me, not in the hotel room, not once during any of this. His comfort mattered. Mine did not even come up. 1:40 to 1:42 a.m. He sets a boundary about his own nudes, citing discomfort with anything being online anywhere. I agree. I told him I agreed, that it should only be in person. I said I would prefer seeing him in real life. I said I did not know what to do with something I could not physically touch. I was being honest. I was being careful. I was respecting his boundaries and staying in my own. What I showed him versus what he sent back. A few minutes later, I showed him what I actually saved on Twitter. It was a post from an account called @your corrupt boyfriend. A list of pet names. My love, my darling, my good girl, my princess. Romantic, soft, sentimental. Sentimental. That is what I save. That is what I look at. I told him, I'm so cringe, man. September 1:52 to 2 a.m. I shared the kind of content I save on Twitter. A romantic post listing pet names. I call myself cringe. He responds with SMH. I showed him something soft. something embarrassing even, something that told him exactly who I am and what I actually care about. The response was SMH, shaking my head. And then he sent another link, another piece of pornographic content. I showed him romance, and he sent back porn. Again, this was the second time, and again, I had not asked for it. Private accounts. We ended up on each other's private Twitter accounts. I told him, in all caps, I'm being very vulnerable with you right now, by the way. It was my secret account. I was trusting him with something private, and I said so out loud. 2:01 to 2:02 a.m. We exchanged private Twitter accounts. I tell him I am being very vulnerable. He sends a follow request. He sent a follow request. We became mutuals on private accounts, and that is where most of the sexting happened from that point on forward. On a platform I gave him access to because I trusted him. I am not going to document the content of what was exchanged on Twitter. It was sexting. It was mutual at the time. It was also private, and I do not have much of it saved because what happened next made that impossible. 2:02 a.m. I sent him the link to my private account in DMs. That is my account, at littlesat39506. I shared it with him myself. September 14, 2025, 2:07 a.m. Minutes after exchanging private accounts, I asked to show he was watching. I asked what show he was watching. He said Peacemaker. I asked if he was watching alone. I asked if I could watch with him. He said no. I said okay. I accepted it. I did not push. 4 minutes later, he sent me a link to a porn account and said, she's pretty too. Further elaborated below. What he did with that access, when the fallout started, when things between us became something other than what he wanted them to be, he got my account suspended. My private Twitter account suspended. While Zeal had not admitted it himself, my account was clean, and I've had it for so long. There was no reason it could be suspended. The account I had told him was my secret. The one I said I was being very vulnerable sharing. The one I gave him access to because I trusted him, because I used it against me. He reported it, or had it reported, and it was suspended. My voice, my archive, my access to my own history with him on that platform gone. I want to be very clear about the sequence here, because it tells you everything you need to know about how he operates. He initiated the gooning conversation. He shared pornography twice without being asked. He escalated to sexting on that platform. And then, when it no longer served him to have me accessible, he had that account removed. Every single step of his was his escalation. I showed him a romantic Twitter post about pet names. He sent me porn. We shared private accounts. He used that access until he did not want me to have a voice anymore, and then he took me away. He took it away. 2:07 to 2:13 a.m. I asked to watch a show with him. He says no. 4 minutes later, he shares a porn account and says she's pretty too. Two. Compared to what? Compared to who? Compared to who? He had just told me I could not watch a show with him, then immediately pointed at another woman and told me she was pretty. I do not know if he meant it as a comparison. I do not know if he thought about how it would land. What I know is how it landed. I felt bad. I started sending him pictures of myself. This is what rejection followed by redirection does when you're already in a pattern we were in. You do not get angry. You do not ask what was about. You try to remind him you exist. You try to be enough. 2:45 a.m. He responds after I send him photos of myself. Whoa. Hi. He was pleased. That is the whole transaction. He said no. Showed me someone else. And I came back trying to be what he wanted. He got both. 2:46 a.m. I tell him I'm hot. I just don't show it. He says, I know firsthand. I know firsthand. That is not a compliment. That is him reminding me that he has been there, that he has seen me, that he knows my body because of what happened at RDC. 14 days later, and he is casually deploying that as confirmation. Not tenderly, not with any weight, just, yes, I have the receipts, I know. And I kept going because he said like it was nothing. So I treated it like it was nothing because that is what we were doing at 2 a.m. 3:06 a.m. I tell him I'm better looking than the girls he showed me. He responds with a question mark. He showed me 2 porn accounts in one night, and I spent the next hour trying to prove I was better than them. I said I'm better looking than those stupid girls. I sent a meme. I was competing accounts he had showed me for attention from the person who showed them to me. He said question mark. He did not even give me the win. He set up the comparison, watched me run toward it, and then acted confused when I arrived. 7:43 a.m. It's now morning. I've been up all night and I am reading. He had told me at some point that he is autistic, that this is why he is the way he is, and I had taken that and run with it. I was in therapy by this point, starting to sit with what happened at RDC, starting to feel the edges of it. And instead of following that feeling, I went looking for a way to explain it away. I read books. I read about autism. I read trying to find the sentence that would make what he did land somewhere I could tolerate, somewhere that made it not what it was. I brought up what I was reading to my therapist. I brought it to him. I needed someone to confirm that it was okay, that it was understandable, that there was a framework that contained it. I was in denial, and the books were how I was doing it. 7:43 a.m. I tell him I'm reading a book that mentions autism. He says, I don't know how to describe autism. 7:46 to 7:50 a.m. I ask if the descriptions sound relatable. He says, meh, I don't know. I apologize for asking. I call myself an old ass loser for reading books. He says, I just raw dogged this. I just raw dogged this shit. I asked if what I was reading sounded relatable to him. He said, meh, I don't know. I apologized. I told him I just wanted to understand him better, to care more about him better. I called myself an old ass loser for reading books instead of just using ChatGPT. He said, man, I don't know how I work. I just raw dogged this shit. He was not interested in being understood. He was not curious about himself. He was not offering me anything to work with. I was doing all the labor of making sense of him, and he made it with meh. And I apologized for trying. This is the part that I have had to sit with. Not that he did not engage, but that I had made myself feel embarrassed for caring enough to read. I called myself a loser for it, because in the dynamic we were in, caring that much, trying that hard, reading whole books to understand someone who had hurt me felt like too much, like something to be ashamed of. So I got there first and said to myself, it was not too much, it was just misplaced. He was not someone I needed to understand. He was someone I needed to stop explaining. September 16th, 2025, 4:39 a.m. 2 days later, he sends me a photo of a bunny held in someone's palm. A random internet image. The caption he wrote on it, me holding Ren. 4:39 a.m. and he sends an internet bunny photo captioned me holding Ren. I said snuggles. He said snuggle my bunny. And then I started sending him bunny photos and asking, would you hold me like this? Would you, Wawa? And he said, yeah, yeah, and Ren in my head. 4:39 to 4:49 a.m. The bunny exchange. I asked to be held. He says yes. This is the language we had made. Soft things standing in for what I actually needed. I could not say, hold me. I could not say, I'm still not okay. I could not say, what happened between us is still living in my body and I do not know what to do with it. So I sent bunny photos and asked if he could hold one. See, and he said, yeah. And I took that and turned it into something I could survive on. 5:38 a.m. I told him we should go on a date someday, maybe travel. He asked how. I said maybe travel. He said that was expensive. The conditioning continues. What follows is a single conversation that lasts 9 hours. It is the longest exchange between us after the assault. In it, you will see me name what he did. You will see me confront him. And then you will see me walk every word of it back. I want to explain why. By this point, Zeal was the only person left. The pressure team had blocked me. My best friend was mocking my suicide attempt. The person who hurt me was also the only person still talking to me. When the only person who responds to your pain is the same person who caused it, your brain will do anything to keep that connection alive, including apologizing for your own assault. This is what you're about to watch happen in real time. I say the truth, he goes silent. I panic, I take it back. He comes back. The cycle repeats. Every time I named what happened, I lost him for a few hours. Every time I apologized, he returned. My brain learned the lesson fast. This is not me being weak. This is a conditioning working exactly as it was designed to. He built this, and in this conversation, you can watch it operate. I told him I did not mind, that I would spend anything to see him again. He said, maybe. In the image. Following that, Ren says, doesn't have to be now. Doesn't gotta be soon. Future. Zeal says, right on top of me again, smiles. Ren says, Zeal putting his dumb fucking tongue down my throat when I don't expect it again. LOL. Zeal says, sorry. 5:38 to 5:42 a.m. I say I would spend anything to see him. He says, maybe. Then, right on top of me again, smiles. I laugh. He says sorry. And then he said, ran on top of me again, smiles. He was referring to RDC. He was referring to what happened at that hotel room 23 days earlier. And he said it with a smile. He said it like a memory he was fond of. He said it like something we had done together. Something mutual, something warm to look back on. I said, Zio putting his dumb fucking tongue down my throat when I didn't expect it again. Lol. I laughed. I used an emoji. I said LOL. I want to explain what that was because it was not joy. When someone references something that hurt you as though it was just a thing that happened, as though it was a fair game for a 5 a.m. smile, you have about half a second to decide how you respond. And if you're in the middle of telling yourself that it was not what it was, if you're still reading books and asking your therapist to help you find a framework that makes it okay, then you do not have the language yet to say. That is not something to smile about. So you laugh. You get there first. You make it a bit. You say LOL because that is the only move available that does not require you to collapse right there at 5 a.m. in your bed. He said sorry. 2 R's, one Y. That's not a real apology. A gesture in the shape of a word. 5:58 a.m. I joke that he has probably forgotten my real name. He says he has, and apologizes. 6:02 a.m. He tells me he just came to my name. The name I had given him minutes before. Then he asks how I am. He did not know my name. He did not know my age either. He has used the phrase friends for 5 years more than once. That is a fact. On September 16, 2025 at 5:58 a.m., I joked that he had probably forgotten my real name. He had. He said sorry. 6 minutes later, he told me he had just came to my name. The name I gave him minutes before. Then he asked me how old I was. I want to be precise about what that sequence documents. He sexually assaulted me on September 3rd, 2025. Before that, he spent months emotionally manipulating me, cycling warmth and withdrawal, collecting my physical measurements, planning what he would do to my body at RDC. He made me feel seen in ways that made me trust him. He used that trust in a hotel room I cannot unsee. 13 days later after the assault, he did not know my name. He did not know how old I was. That is what 5 years of friendship looked like to him. It has been 7 months since September 3rd, 2025. He is still making his game. His platform has not removed him. He has not apologized to me. He has not reached out. He told people I harassed him at a convention and positioned himself as the one who needed protection. He did not know my name. He never needed to. I was useful to him without it. September 16, 2025, 6:14 to 6:21 a.m. 13 days after the assault, Zeal followed the years, unprompted, that meeting up can only be a one-time thing because he does not want a long-term relationship. I tell him not to overthink it. 6:21 to 6:23 a.m. Zeal says he is worried about me falling in love with someone who cannot be there for me. I reassure him, explain what dating means to me, and remind him that we're both 22. 6:31 to 6:39 a.m. I spend 8 minutes reassuring him I will not depend on him for my stability. He does not need to shut the door early. I deserve love, and so does he. You're worth the risk to me. I tell him to go to sleep. 6:41 to 6:43 a.m. Seal says goodnight. I follow with one more message. We have both survived hard things, and fearing this is stupid in comparison. I need you to be more brave than this, and I will be too. I comforted him. 13 days after he sexually assaulted me, Zeal opened the conversation with an announcement. If we ever meet up again, it could only be a one-time thing. I had not asked. He volunteered for it. Over the next 30 minutes, I reassured him. I told him we were young, that I did not expect the future to be figured out, that I would not depend on him for my stability, that he deserved love, that he was worth the risk to me. I told him not to shut the door early. I told him to be brave. Then I said goodnight. He said goodnight. He had just told me I could only have him once. I spent 30 minutes making sure he was okay about it. I managed his feelings about what he had done to me. He said goodnight and went to sleep. 2:14 p.m., 8 hours after reassuring him, I sent a long message naming what I had realized. I had a nightmare that made me see the pattern. All I am to you is just a baby to fuck. I say I cannot meet him again if it is one-sided. I asked what the holding was, love or expectation. What I was trying to say. At 2:14 a.m., I sent what I had been carrying since I woke up. I named it directly. All I am to you is just a body to fuck. I said it plainly, without hedging. I connected what had happened to RDC to a pattern I recognized in myself. Being used, allowing it, telling myself it was something else. I said I had woken up from a nightmare about it. I also asked the question that mattered most. When he held me that night, was it because he loved me, or because he was expecting something from me? I said I could not meet him again if it was one-sided. I said I wanted love, not to be used. It is clear as I will be in the it is the clearest I will be in this entire conversation. 2 minutes later, I walked it back. 2:26 to 8:04 p.m. 12 minutes after my confrontation, I write, it's fine though, like, I'm not mad. I deserve this for the shit I did. He does not respond for over 5 hours. At 7:59 a.m., Zeal surfaces. He is not ready for love. He just wants to stay friends with benefits. I don't say I don't mind waiting. I say I don't mind waiting. Sorry. 8:04 to 8:07 p.m. I apologize for scaring him. He says he wants to stay friends with benefits. Been friends for years. It's weird going from friends to lovers. I call myself stupid for not having my feelings figured out. The apology and the label. At 2:26 p.m., 12 minutes after naming what he had done, I wrote, "It's fine though, like, I'm not mad at you, nor am I upset at this point, to be honest. If anything, I feel numb right now, and I don't really give a fuck. I deserved it for the shit I did." He did not respond for over 5 hours. When he resurfaced at 7:59 p.m., he told me he was not ready for love. He said we had been friends for years, and it was weird going from friends to lovers. He framed what I had named as assault as a relationship transition he was not prepared for. He made himself the one who needed to be handled carefully. I said I did not mind waiting. Then I apologized. I called myself stupid. I said I generally don't have my feelings figured out about anything in life. He had sexually assaulted me 13 days earlier. I was now managing his discomfort about being loved too much. At 8:11 p.m., I told him I never cried like that before. Not anywhere, not with anyone. That was true, I meant it. But I also told him my brain was going in two different directions. He either held me because he loved me, or he came to my room that night for other reasons. I did not know which one. I was going back and forth trying to make sense of what happened. I was starting to understand something, even though I did not have the name for it yet. I kept going back over what happened in that room, trying to figure out his reasons. I was not calling it assault yet, but I was getting closer. This was part of the process of figuring it out. I was putting the pieces together in real time, in a conversation with the person who had done it to me. 8:11 to 8:19 p.m. I explained my fear of abandonment, that I started that I stated no, that I started pushing for love so he would not disappear. I say the first name I sorry, 8:11 to 8:19 p.m. I explained my fear of abandonment, that I started pushing for love so he would not disappear. I say for the first time I did not feel scared when he held me. It was like it felt like it was the first time someone genuinely gave a shit about me. I say I never cried the way I felt it in his arms. 8:21 to 8:24 p.m. Zeal says he helped me because we were friends and friends help friends. I respond, friends do not do this, Zeal. Friends don't. I tell him friends don't carry someone to bed and hold them and breathe down their neck and wrap each other in blankets. He says, man, I don't know then. 8:24 to 8:25 p.m. I tell him that when he held me on the couch, both X and Cyber were confused. That is not something friends do. And they knew something was up. He says, man, dude, I don't know. Then I did it as a friend, and it became more than that. Friends do not do this. I told him clearly, more than once. Friends do not carry someone to bed and hold them and breathe down their necks and wrap each other in blankets. I told them X and Cyborg were confused in that room, that they knew something was up, that I had many friends at that event, and none of them had done what they did. He said, man, I don't know. He said, man, dude, I don't know. He said, I did it as a friend, and it became more than that. That last sentence is the closest he came to acknowledging what the hold was. He said he did it as a friend, and it became more than that. Then he moved on. I kept explaining. He kept not knowing. I was carrying the weight of something he was unwilling to name. I gave him every opportunity to say it clearly. He responded with variations of I don't know until I stopped asking. September 16, 2025, 8:25 to 8:31 p.m. I explained that no girl lets someone touch and carry her that way unless she wants them. I tell him I had feelings for him for over 2 years. Z responds, I don't really have personal boundaries with friends, so I didn't see it that way. They can all slap my ass if they want, I don't care. 8:33 to 8:34 p.m. Zeal says, Ren, I love you, but like, I don't love you yet. Then, to me, I was comforting a friend who was down in the dumps. Then, ikaw adolescente. Ren responds, Bruh, I'm gonna slap you. 8:34 to 8:35 p.m. Zeal clarifies. It got zesty and we got naked. But like, I still see you as my friend. I say I'm stupid for thinking about the future. I apologize for freaking him out. He confirms he left the convention early because of it. 8:36 to 8:38 p.m. I asked if he would go around having sex with other female friends. He says, I mean if they wanted. Dude, I don't know, man. I'm just a guy. He tells me I'm thinking way too far ahead of him. He got zesty, quote unquote. He sexually assaulted me on September 3rd, 2025. On September 16th, 2025, at 8:34 p.m., he described it to me as, it got zesty and we got naked. The word zesty is not an accident. It is a specific kind of erasure, the kind that sounds lighthearted, even funny, so that anyone reading it would feel they had misunderstood the gravity of what was being described. It reframes assault as mutual flirtation. It reframes a hotel room and a violation as something that simply happened to both of us equally. A thing that got a certain way on its own, without agency, without harm. He had told me earlier that he was comforting a friend who was down in the dumps. He told me he does not have personal boundaries with friends, that anyone can slap his ass if he wants. I asked if he would go around sleeping with other female friends, and his answer was, if they wanted. I responded to it got zesty by saying I was going to slap him. I laughed at him. I did not know what else to do when the person who assaulted me turned it into a joke. I then apologized for freaking him out. We got naked is the second part of that sentence, and it does the same work. We did not get naked. He took my clothes off. His tongue was in my mouth, and I could not think. I was nonverbal. I was out of it. There was no moment where I made a choice about my clothing. No decision, no reach. Just him and his hands, and me not present in any way that counted as participation. The word we turns it into something mutual, a thing two people did together. That is not what happened. We got naked. Requires someone on my side of that sentence who was choosing. That person was not in that room. 8:39 to 8:42 p.m. Zeal lays out explicit terms. We can keep being friends. We can keep being freaky. You can keep masturbating to me if you want. We can fuck if we meet, etc. I tell him I bought a book on autism and relationships because I care about him. I say other girls will not bother. The terms. At 8:39 p.m., Zeal laid out what he was offering. We can keep being friends. We can keep being freaky. You can keep masturbating to me if we want. We can fuck if we meet, etc. He had just described the assault as getting zesty. He had just told me he did not love me yet. Sex when convenient, no commitment. He was not ready for love, but he was ready for this. I responded by telling him I cared about him. I had bought a book on autism and relationships because I wanted to understand him. That other girls would not give two shits. I was still at this moment trying to be what he needed. I accommodated the terms. This conversation began 13 days after he assaulted me. It ended with me accepting an arrangement that gave him everything he wanted and named none of what he had done. Before he offered those terms, he told me I was thinking too far ahead for him. I was not talking about settling. I was not talking about marriage. I was not planning a future he had never agreed to. I was asking if we could give this a chance. Not forever, a chance. Like two adults who had been through something together and might want to figure out what it was responsibly, carefully, like grown people. He turned that into too far ahead. Too much. As if wanting to date like an adult was the same as demanding everything immediately. As if asking to be considered was the same as asking to be chosen forever. He was the one who held me all night. He was the one who said he would have liked to hold me forever. but me asking if we could just try, like grown people properly, that was too far ahead. 8:42 to 8:46 p.m. I offered to help him understand people and relationships. He says he is good. I say I hope he does not get into any trouble. He says he won't. At 8:46 p.m., I shared Sweet.mp3 as a song I was in the middle of writing when he started talking to me. At 8:50 to 8:52 p.m., Zeal says gifts scare him. I correct him. No, LMFAO. I was writing this when you started talking, was finishing it up. It was not a GIF, it was mine. He says he's getting a lot of mixed signals. I say it's fine. 8:52 to 8:54 p.m. He asks what the song is for and whether he can have it. I say just personal feelings and expression. Yeah, sure. He pins it. Then it'll be for pressure. I say it's fine. 8:54 p.m. Zeal asks if I'm okay with him using my song for pressure. I say I don't care. He says hugs my rent. The song. At 8:46 p.m., I shared a file, sweet.mp3. I told him I had been making it when he started talking to me. It was mine, something I had been writing. Personal feelings and expression. Not finished or mixed well. I was not giving it to him. I was showing him what I had been working on. He misread it as a gift and told me gifts scare him. I corrected him. No LMFAO. I was writing this when you started talking. He was finishing it up. He said he was getting a lot of mixed signals. I said it's fine. Then he asked if he could have it for something. He just liked it. I said, just personal feelings and expression. Yeah, sure. He pinned it. Then told me it would be for pressure. I said, that's fine. I spent this entire day trying to make him understand what had happened between us. I had named the assault, walked it back, apologized, explained, watched him minimize it as getting zesty, accepted his terms. At the end of all that, he took my creative work for his game. I said that's fine. Then he asked if I was okay with it. I said I don't care. He said hugs my rent. This is the version of him that showed up after he had gotten what he wanted. Not before. Not while I was trying to explain what happened in the hotel room. Not when I was walking him back, or apologizing, or accepting his terms. After. When the conversation had ended in his favor, and he had my music, and I had run out of things to say. He gets cold. He gets mad. He disappears. But he took my clothes off while his tongue was in my mouth, and I could not speak. He took my song at the end of a 9-hour conversation where I had given everything. And then he said, hugs my rent. The warmth is always after. It is always for him. September 16, 2025, 9:03 p.m. Zeal asks, am I still allowed to think of you when doing it, by the way? Just woke up and got morning wood. I say sure. Then, I don't mind, because like I'm single, so I don't care. He asks if he should inform me. I say yes. At 9:03 p.m., 9 hours after the conversation began, Zeal asks, am I allowed to think about you when doing it, by the way? Just woke up and got morning wood. I said sure. Then, I don't mind, because like I'm single, so I don't care. I was not enthusiastic. I was exhausted. I had spent 9 hours in a conversation where I named what he did to me, apologized for naming him, comforted him, explaining what holding someone in a hotel room means, watched him call it getting zesty, accepting the terms he offered, and gave away my music. Sure, it's not consent. It is what is left when someone has run out of energy to hold a line. It is the sound of a person who has already given everything and has nothing left to protect. He said okay. That is the last exchange documented here. It is not the last thing he took from me. September 17, 2025, 11:58 a.m. He sent this. An art of a girl crying, being held upside down, showing her underwear. That is supposed to represent me and him. Caption, kissing Brent's panties. Then, wow wow. This is the power dynamic he saw between us. September 19. 16 days after RDC, I was still talking to him. Someone had invited me to use the music I made for Pressure at a Roblox event called The Block. I went to Zeal to ask if I have permission to make my music. They made sure to tell me that if I used my music for anything, I was trying to use Pressure for personal clout, and I had no right to do that because I forced Zeal to fire me. What I did not know at 3 a.m. was that I was about to find out who had shaped how the team saw me. Their name is Cat. Zeal confirmed it. They had blocked me with the rest of them. At RDC, they handed me stickers and steered me away. They did not. Oh, they did not make up what the team thought, but they found the best way to say it. His words. Cat gave everyone the language to agree on who I was. 3:44 to 3:46 a.m. I say I've successfully made everyone hate me. He says he will bring it up again. In the image, one says, I hate this. What did I do to myself? I don't work anymore, but it doesn't erase the fact I once did. That's all I made. I worked so fucking hard. I was part of this game for 2 years nonstop. Zeal says, I'll bring it up again. Ren says, I walked away from its future, but now they treat me like I never belonged, which is exactly how I felt for so long. So no, it's not about the game. They just don't like me, Zeal. I brought this upon myself because I'm so fucking stupid. I hate myself, so I successfully make everyone hate me too. This was never about the game. They just don't want me. I've successfully scared people away. Hurt people, made people sad just because I didn't know how to walk away. If Zero was to host this with the few songs he made, they'd happily have been. I don't know. I don't think they'll allow me to collab with Zero in the future and hop in for a song or two every once in a long time either. And I don't know why I'm trying to stay connected to something I walked away from because I cared because I and I don't know why I'm trying to stay connected to something I walked away from. I once cared so deeply for everything, and I don't know what happened with the stress of everything. I thought I hated you all. I was once part of the original seven, and now I'm nothing to them. 3:51 to 3:54 a.m. He says the way I left turned a lot of the dev team off. I said, that's Cat. He says yes. In the image, Zeal says, you aren't nothing. But you quit in such an insultingly weird way that it was very unprofessional. And it turned a lot of the dev team off. Ren says, you did many unprofessional things before by almost abandoning us, so why is it me? We are both ill. Zeal says, also just sort of considering how he forced you to fire him, I don't necessarily love the idea of him still trying to use the game after he said mean things about you, and it a few months ago. But maybe I have a biased viewpoint. It just rubbed me the wrong way. Also with how you weren't approached first as the game's owner, if that makes sense. That's Cat, Ren says. C responds with yes. I named them. He confirmed it. I was spiraling at 3 a.m. and what I was about to learn is who built the tools the team used to do the same thing. 3:55 to 3:57 a.m. I ask why Cat now has control over everything. He says, I've brought up your idea to multiple members of the team, all saying the same thing. Cat just worded it best. 3:57 to 4 a.m. Ren asks if he thinks they're trying to manipulate him. Says no. The team's last memory of Ren is forcing him to fire someone. Cat did not make up what the team thought. They just said it best. They gave everyone the language to agree on who I was. They gave everyone the language to agree on who I was. He tells me he does not think I am manipulating them, then keeps explaining how damaged my reputation is. Both of those things were happening in the same conversation.
4:01, 4:06 a.m. I ask why I keep trying. He says, Ren, man, I don't know. I tell him he is the only person who has looked at me without hatred. 4:07 to 4:12 a.m. Zeal says I burned bridges. The team does not want to hang out or work with me anymore. He is the only person who looks at me without hatred. I told him that at 4 a.m. after he assaulted me. Then in the next screenshot he tells me I burned bridges and the team wants nothing to do with me. He is the one I just said sees me without hatred. Those two things were happening in the same conversation. 4:16 and 4:20 a.m. Oh, 4:16 to 4:20 a.m. At RDC, I walked up to the team. Most had blocked me. Most had me blocked and gave me the look that I was harassing them. Cat walked a little with me and gave me things. I felt like they were just being nice to me. Cat had me blocked like everyone else. But at RDC, they gave me stickers, walked with me, and steered me away. I was shoot. That is the word I used at the time. They were also the person who had given the whole team its clearest language for why I was the villain. This is what Zeal confirmed at 3 a.m. They found the best way to say it. Stickers at a confession. The worst version of the case against me to the team. Both at the same time. 4:28 to 4:21 a.m. He says the team remembers me as the teammate who guilt-tripped X into firing him and leaking the soundtrack early. I say, but I didn't leak it early, did I? Two things are being held against me. That I guilt-tripped him into firing me, and that I leaked the soundtrack early. He never fired me. I quit on my own when I started losing it and feeling fed up. I never wanted to come back or work for Pressure again. This was a one-time event that Roblox invited me to, and I did not want to turn them down. I denied the soundtrack accusation right there. He did not argue with the denial, he just kept going. That is how this works. The accusation does not need to be true. It just needs to be in the story the team tells about you. Once it is in the story, your denial does not erase it. It had already done its job. Cat put it in the story. The team remembered it. It is still being used against me since summer when I quit. 4:21 to 4:22 a.m. I say I did not burn bridges. He says I would, but I didn't. He shows me something I sent him. He says, but that's not what they remember. 4:22 a.m. They see you as a bad person because you painted yourself as one. You burned bridges, Ren. I beg him to tell him. He asks, tell them what? I said things in crisis I did not follow through on. He saved them. They are now evidence of who I am. He tells me I did not actually do it, but that does not matter because what the team remembers is what I said I would. The gap between words I said in pain and what I actually did has been closed. My worst moments of self-criticism are not my biography. Cat made sure those moments reached everyone in their most convincing form. He is telling me the team sees me as a villain because I describe myself that way in the worst moments. In my worst moments. That my own words, said while I was falling apart, are not my permanent record. I begged him to say something to them. He asked what I wanted him to say. He had nothing. He spent an hour walking me through all the damage and had nothing to offer to fix any of it. He built this with Cat. Cat gave it a shape, he delivered it. And when I asked him to help me undo it, the answer was, tell him what? 4:23 a.m. I started accepting the framing. I say I talk like a victim, like I did nothing wrong. I say I am pushing against boundaries. I call myself insane. At 4:23 a.m., I stopped fighting the framing. I called myself insane. I said I talk like a victim. He had walked me into it over 4 hours. 4:33 to 4:45 a.m. He says the rest of the Roblox community thinks I'm a great. He says the rest of the Roblox community still thinks I am great. It has really drained my social battery. I asked if he still wants to walk. I asked if he still wants me around. says yes, but he needs a break. After hours of cataloging exactly how birds my reputation is, after explaining every reason the team does not want me, after doing all this at 4 a.m., it drained his social battery. He said he still wanted to be around me, but needed a break. I said, of course. Took all the time he needed. I said I hope he could get a good night's sleep sometime. I thanked him. I said I would do my best not to disappoint him again. He said this is the person who just spent 4 hours making me call myself a villain. "4:45 to 9:32 a.m. I write to my therapist. I write to myself. I say I'm a good person and I want to keep believing it. I go to sleep. The timestamps say 4 a.m., then 5, then 6. I did not sleep that night because the guilt they put on me would not let me. This villain narrative did not start on September 3rd. It started in summer. Zeal mentally abused me, yelled at me. The whole team drained me. I was on medication that made me hallucinate, cry nonstop. The worst I did was lose it in chat. They made that the whole story. By 9 a.m., I was writing optimistic messages to myself, telling myself I would be amazing and loved and strong, rebuilding alone from inside a spiral he had just deepened. I want the record to show that I was still choosing to believe I was a good person. My friends told me that is not what a villain looks like. What this was and what it did to me. That conversation was not him supporting me. It was 4 hours of him walking me through every reason the team hated me, confirming Cat had built it, offering no way to fix any of it, and then telling me it drained his social battery. I thanked him. This is what it felt like from the inside. You already believe you are the problem. Someone with power over how others see you sits with you for hours confirming it. Every concern you raise gets framed as manipulation. Every question becomes evidence you cannot understand limits. By 4 a.m., you are calling yourself insane. I did not sleep because I spent 4 hours absorbing a case against myself, the way to respond to it. The guilt was not something I chose. It was built into me over months, then reinforced at 3 a.m. by the person who had assaulted me before this conversation happened. The conviction that I was a bad person did not come from what I did. It came from what they chose to do with what I said during a really low period in my life. I was on medication that made me hallucinate. Not eating, not sleeping. They watched me crash and kept a record of it. That record is what they show everyone. The result was that I spent this night awake, writing apologies to my assaulter, messages to my therapist, and notes to myself saying I was a good person and that I wanted to keep believing it. That is what they built. That is what it looks like when you have to convince you deserve everything that happened to you. Cat built the narrative. Zeal delivered it. The team absorbed it. And at 4 a.m. on September 19th, I was alone with it, trying to put myself back together. Around this time, my therapist started to notice what's happening. She could see I was being manipulated. She started helping me look for the truth instead of just accepting the version of events that I had been handed. She said that I was a good person. She helped me understand that what I was living inside was not reality. It was a story built around my worst moments to keep me seeing things clearly. September 25th, 2 days after RDC, I had posted personal questions on my Twitter a while back. Things like what he thinks about my offspring and what his size was. They were just sitting there. On this day, Zeal got on Discord and told me he was not comfortable with online flirting and dating anymore. He set his boundaries. Then he went to his private Twitter and started answering those exact questions. I told him to stop, not to answer. You just set the boundaries. Why are you telling me this? He answered them anyway. September 25th, 2025, 4:59 to 5:05 p.m. I bring up the questions. He tells me he is not comfortable with online flirting or dating anymore. He set his boundaries. After weeks of sexual messages, explicit content, and deliberate emotional bonding, he suddenly announces he is not comfortable. He frames it as a health decision for himself. He is the one who started all of it. He is the one who escalated it. And now he is the one drawing the line. Then after saying all of this, he went to Twitter and answered my personal questions anyway. He set the boundary, then crossed it himself in the same breath. 5:05 to 5:07 p.m. He says he does not want to date someone who is not a 20-minute walk away. You can continue to goon to me if you wish, if it helps. All that jazz. He does not want to date me because of distance. Not because of what he did. Not because he manipulated someone he met at a convention. Because I am not close enough geographically. And then you can continue to goon to me if you wish. He had just told me he did not want a relationship. In the same message, he tells me he can keep being he can, in the same message, he tells me I can keep being sexually attached to him. He's not ending the exploitation. He is ending the parts that require emotional effort from him while keeping the parts that serve him. He wants to stay friends. He wants me to still be available to him physically. He's making sure I stay attached through that. He is making sure I stay attached enough that the next time he sees me, I will still be there for him to use. I was pulling away. I told him I was removing his private Twitter. Then my first real attempt to cut a line he had used to keep me attached. He said okay. I tell him I am sorry. 5:12 to 6:23 p.m. I tell him that I am removing his private account. He says okay. I tell him I cannot hang out. I call my cousin over for a sleepover. I called my cousin that night. She came over and I cried. I told her everything. How horrible he made me feel. How lonely I felt. How I felt like I was nothing. She took my phone. She scrolled through the messages between me and him. She told me he needed to be punched in the face. She told me to block him. I could not. 6:23 to 6:24 p.m. I tell him I called my cousin for a sleepover. He says he hopes I have fun. I say I need to rest. We talked and I cried a lot that night. Then we slept. We ate together the next morning, and she left after I started to feel more stable again. Zeal had been actively destroying my mental health the entire time, and I could not leave him. That is when I felt stuck. He made me so emotionally dependent on him that even after everything, even after my cousin begged me to block him, even after my siblings and my friends and my therapist all told me the same thing, I could not do it. He did not love me. He wanted something, and he got it. And now he was trying to detach from the mistake he made, which was me catching feelings after being manipulated. But he still wanted me attached. That is what you can go into me still meant. That is what staying friends meant. He was keeping the door open for himself, so that the next time he wanted something, I would still be there. Stuck. That is not a pleasant thing to feel. September 29, 4 days after he set his boundaries and crossed them himself. Despite my cousin telling me I should stop talking to him, I kept going. I felt horrible all the time, but I could not stop. I was trying to ignore all the history that happened between us and trying to convince myself we were just normal online friends, but it was not working. I was not crossing his boundaries. I was just talking to him about my favorite games, my hyperphysics, the songs I liked, sending him silly gifts and stickers. No more things. This was the last time I reached out like nothing was wrong. September 29, 2025, 6:46 to 8:56 p.m. I invited him to VC. He says he is working. I sent a hamster gift 2 hours later. After that, everything landed. What my therapist had been saying, what my cousin had been texting me, what my siblings said, what my friends online and in person had been telling me. It all hit at once. I went silent. I did not text him for a week. If he joined a voice channel in my server, I would leave. He didn't text me either, not once. A week after I went silent, he reached out. He sent a shitpost GIF to see if I would reply instantly. I had him muted. October 7th, 2025, 1:17 p.m. Zeal sends a shitpost GIF. I had him muted. I stood up for myself. October 11th, 2025, the last conversation. 4 days after the shitpost GIF, I had been sitting with everything, every deflection, every time I tried to talk about what he did, and he turned it into something I was doing wrong. This is the last conversation I ever had with him. I finally said what I had been trying to say. I confronted him about the assault, the double standards, the way he dismissed my pain as mood swings, and treated my honesty as betrayal. He did not hear me. He compared it to old arguments to make it smaller. He told me to go to sleep. He framed the server they exiled me from like I was upset about not being invited to play with the cool kids. When I was desperately trying to tell him that he sexually assaulted me and I needed there to be a real human in there somewhere, there was not. I blocked him that night. I never unblocked. October 11th, 2025, 12:36 to 1:31 a.m. I tell him I'm tired and exhausted and to go fuck himself. He says, what? I say read it again. He says he's confused. 2:03 to 2:04 a.m. I call him out for using my mood swings to dismiss everything I say. He says he feels betrayed because I told people. He makes himself the victim. Within these messages, Ren says, you just don't like me, lol. It's that fucking simple, man. Stop acting like you do. You don't. I don't know why I keep trying. And for what? I don't know why. I keep thinking he's my friend, realizing I was just a benefit. Just tell me you don't like me, and let me move forward with my time. Zeal says, in response to him not liking Ren. When you act like this, yeah, it's difficult. Ren says, thanks for letting me know. Zeal says, you have mood swings constantly. I don't see why me wanting to hang out with the people I'm closer friends with is a problem. You think the world is out to get you. It isn't. No one is out to get you. I'm not out to get you. Ren says, it's not about that, and you know that. You don't gotta be out to get me to make me sad. You don't gotta be out to get me to make me sad. Can you not read? And stop repeating whatever bullshit you have going on in your head right now and using my mood swings against me as if I never have any rational thoughts about things that happen with me, that happen to me, that I'm incapable of. Fucking feeling shit I feel upset about. Okay, I will be honest then. I am upset. Ren says in response, yeah, you should be. Zeal says, because you kept going around telling everyone. I've been told it was way more than just 3 people. I feel betrayed. Ren says, yeah, about something you fucking told me you would go fuck other girls and shit. How's that hurtful for you? Zeal says, and it hurt a lot. They couldn't keep it to ourselves. Ren says, if you're gonna go around fucking any friend, what does it matter to you? You fucking said this to me. In response to Ren mentioning that Zeal will go fuck other girls. Zeal will then say, when, what? 2:05 to 2:06 a.m. I tell him he said it in bed. His answer, because we aren't dating. Ren says, in fucking bed. You said that. You keep saying shit, acting like I can't feel hurt. Zeal says, because we aren't dating. Ren, in response, says that you're the only person who's allowed to feel hurt. 2:08 to 2:12 a.m. I tell him he never admits to his mistakes. I ask if I'm allowed to feel anything. He does not answer that. In the images, Ren says that you're the only person who's allowed to feel hurt. Yeah, we aren't. But the fact you say you can go around fucking any friend and then tell me I can't tell friends about what we did is crazy. Because you're clearly open about shit, but not. Stop fucking guilting me about it. Stop it. I'm so fucking sick, constantly being painted as the fucking bad guy for telling friends I did something that felt really nice. I feel disgusting in my body. I feel disgusting. I let someone this shitty touch me. Fuck you. Zeal in response says, this feels like the J-Bug group chat again. Ren continues with, always so fucking defensive. You never ever ever admit your mistakes. I admitted mine, and you never admit yours. I'm not out to get you either. I'm just fucking sad. I gave a shit about you, man. I have so many fucking reasons in my head saying, no, he's good, no, he's good, no, he's fucking good, no, he didn't mean this, no, he didn't mean that, no, Zeal wouldn't. You never fucking help yourself. Everything you say, everything you fucking do, am I not allowed to be fucking pissed with you? Am I not allowed to feel like fucking shit? To express how you express how you feel. You say you're betrayed, you're sad, you're upset with me. Am I not allowed to express my emotions just because you feel those? I never I would never fucking date a piece of shit like you anyway. I moved forward with that a long ass time ago. Stu says, you clearly have not. Ren responds with, I have. 2:13 to 2:21 a.m. I give up. I tell him to keep distracting himself. I tell him I do not give a fuck anymore. In the image, Zeal says, no matter what I say now, you will see it as me downplaying everything. Ren says, yet again, not even fucking trying. Giving up on me and talking to me because I don't fucking matter to you in the fucking slightest. Zeal says, Ren, we've done this 3 fucking times now, okay? Which Ren says no. Zeal continues with, this is the third time we're in this situation again. It's the same thing, just a tiny bit different. Ren says, well, there should be a clear reason to your why. If this shit has happened multiple times, then clearly something is wrong, and you need to fucking realize that. My fucking god, man, you're so fucking stupid. Sure, keep saying red mood swings. Say Ren said bad stuff. Keep repeating nothing burgers. Keep yourself feeling good about yourself. I don't know why I'm even talking to you or trying to tell you how I feel. You're dismissing it all and don't really give a fuck anyway. Since it's the same thing again. Don't tire yourself out on this shit. It's not worth your precious time. Never was. No matter what you say now, it's not that I'll see you downplaying. I've given up on you for real now. Keep yourself entertained in the dopamine loop as long as you can. Keep distracting yourself and you keep distracting yourself forever. I don't give a fuck anymore. You're so perfect. You got no flaws. It's only me. That was the last time I ever spoke to him. He thought I was having another mood swing. He thought I would come back in the morning like I always did. He told me to go to bed. I did not go to bed. I blocked him. I have not spoken to him since. Is in the images where it says, you're so perfect. You got no flaws. It's only me. Take care, man. Fuck. I genuinely can't even bring myself to block you. Sue says, go to bed. You can do it tomorrow. Ren says, why? Why don't you give a fuck? Sue says, because we've done this before. And like you said, I won't tire myself out about you. I won't tire myself out about it. This is the same as last time and the time before that. I don't want to play along. Go to bed. You can do it tomorrow. Ren says, go fuck yourself. And the final message is from Zeal saying, go to bed, Ren. On October 11th, 2:23 to 2:54 a.m., I ask why he doesn't care. He says he won't tire himself out. I tell him to go fuck himself. His last words to me 30 minutes later, go to bed, Ren. Then I blocked him. What I understand now about the past, looking back, I can see that RDC didn't come out of nowhere. By then, I already spent a long time minimizing things he did to me. I kept excusing cruelty and humiliation and instability because I wanted to believe he was still a person I'd known for years. I kept telling myself he was stressed or impulsive or emotionally abused or just bad at communicating. I let too much go. I also understand now that I wasn't only his composer. Over time, I became someone he wanted continued access to, someone he could pull close when it benefited him, and push away when it didn't, someone he could keep emotionally attached without ever giving me safety or clarity or respect in the return. The fact that we'd known each other for years didn't protect me. In a lot of ways, it made it easier for him to keep me near while using my loyalty against me. I didn't have the language for it then. I do now. Earlier signs I failed to name at the time. These screenshots are older, but I'm including them because they matter in hindsight. I didn't fully understand what pattern I was inside the time. I made excuses for public humiliation and cruelty in the way he talked about me to other people. Looking back now, I see those moments differently. They were not random, they were warning signs. He explicitly said he didn't want to close the door fully on me and wanted to keep a foot in the door. That's what I was to him. Not a person he cared about. Access he wanted to keep open for later. In the image, Zero says, okay, so I wasn't aware Red was dead set on leaving pressure until today. But we talked about it a little bit, and they said they'd be cool with me taking on their workload for the music for the game once they wrap up their songs for the upcoming OST release. If that slot's open, then I'd be happy to fill in for them. Your call, though, obviously. I direct a project of my own, so I kind of know how to do this. I kind of know how this whole thing works, and shit beyond just music. Zeal says, I don't want to close the door fully on them yet. In case he changes his mind, I'm gonna keep a foot in the door. He was supposed to take a 6 month break, so after this update, we wouldn't need music for that long. But if he doesn't change his mind within a few months, yeah, I'll be down. Zero says, he told me he said it publicly, so he wouldn't change his mind when he does seem absolutely certain on it. But that's also fine by me. We'll be super excited to take. We'll be super excited by the opportunity. But obviously, if they want to come back, that's all well and good. Actually, he wanted to call with me over the weekend to finish up the songs, so I'll bring it up to him then. Seal says, I've known him for like 5 years. He's a very impulsive yet emotional person. Zero says, yeah, same here, lol. We've known each other since 2020-ish. Zero says, yesterday he was very, very emotional, so just in case. Yeah, of course, of course. This is the environment around him. Everyone is replaceable. Anyone can be discarded. That wasn't abstract to me. That's how he treated me too. Zeal says, and I can't keep taking care of you. So if you leaving the development team is best for your health, go for it. Why should I stop you? And if you can't finish the tracks, that's fine too. I'll get someone else. I've mentioned this before. Everyone's replaceable. Everyone on the dev team. Alti, Rad. I could fire them right now and hire someone else. July then says, for what? In a 2024 photo, Zeal says screenshot where he says, this one. And Ren says, Ayo, I made that. Believe me when I say I didn't listen to this more than once. Sorry, talking to myself. Whoops. Zeal says, was that a good or bad I made that? Brendan says he was complimenting me. Zeal then follows the screenshot up with actual schizo on the dev team. He called me schizo in front of other people. He said I have multiple personality disorder in public, as a joke. At the time I tried to let it go. I shouldn't have. Rumors reveal and smear. I'm including the following screenshots because they document rumors of that were brought to me after the fact. I was told that people have been repeating a false claim that I was the one who sexually assaulted him. I am documented what was said to me, who brought it to me, and what I was later told about, where the accusation may have come from. I independently verify a claim, so I'm saying so plainly. In these screenshots, the person highlighted in blue is the one who brought this to my attention. The person highlighted in red is who they say told them. Cat is the person I was later told may have started or spread that false version of events. I don't know for certain that every step of that chain is accurate, and I'm not going to pretend I do. I'm showing what was told to me. The blue redacted person reaches out to me to tell me what they've been hearing. They say they were told I was the one who sexually assaulted Zeal. They tell me they didn't want to believe it. In the image, the blue person says, "There's actually something I wanted to ask you. Are you banned from ever attending future RDC events?" Ren said, "No. Why? Who said that?" The blue one says, "No, nothing. Probably just lies." Ren said, "Who said it?" The blue says, "I'm scared to say it. I'm so sorry, Ren." Ren says, "This is not the time to be scared to tell me things." Blue says, "For the longest time, I've been told you were the one who sexually assaulted Seal, and I didn't want to believe them." Ren says, "What the fuck? Tell me who it is." The conversation continues. The red redacted person is named as the one who passed the claim along. I was told Cat was the person who started or spread that false version of what happened. I can't confirm every link in this chain myself, but I'm documenting what was said to me. In this image, Ren says, "Did he tell you what actually happened?" Red says, "Like what happened at RDC?" Ren says, "Yes." To which Red responds, "Like I've been new about that ever since like a week after it ended or whatever, so I know most of it." Ren says, "What did you know though? And who told you? Because I hate how people can change stuff." Then Red says, "Yeah, I do also hate when people change stuff." Ren then says, "It took me a whole month of therapy after to learn that I was sexually assaulted." And Red says, "And I will tell you that that was Cat, but Cat is now long gone with them deleting everything." Image control and public relations. I also told that public relations were brought into this. I'm including it here because it lines up with what I already understand. Once he realized I might come forward, the priority wasn't accountability. It was managing how it looks. A public relations agent has been hired, potentially for damage control. I say this with a broken heart. I want to be honest with you. Bringing this forward breaks my heart, not only because of what happened to me, but because I know what it means for you. I know that pressure matters to people. I know that for some of you, what he built is something you have a real emotional connection to. I'm not here to rip that from you or tell you it meant nothing. I'm not trying to ruin your fun. I'm not trying to destroy something beloved. I understand that this lands hard, and I am sorry that it has to land at all. But I will not stay silent to protect your comfort at the expense of my truth. That is not a trade I am willing to make anymore. To the team, especially you know who you are, the way you manipulate everything, damage my credibility behind closed doors, and then collectively agreed each other that he was in the right in what he did to me, that I am the villain of this whole story from before the sexual assault even happened, or we were working on to get on this thing, says a lot about you as individuals, not me. My friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, community, and fans know me. I'm not alone, like you attempted to make me believe I was. I am kind-hearted. I am loved. Unfortunately, you did not know me, never wanted to, and now you never will. On his inner circle. His social circle is made up of opportunistic people rather than true friends. The people in his social circle are attached to him because of it, the status, access to power, and the success of the project. In addition to be willing to blindly defend them, run away, and deactivate their accounts until things calm, they can also be ready to immediately turn against him and take over the game as soon as he is exposed, and pretend they didn't know any of this. If this group had even a shred of real morality, after learning about his actions towards me, they would have all broken all ties with him immediately. However, instead they turned a blind eye to his actions, simply to benefit from the opportunity presented by him. You'll do a great deal for someone who paid you 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 for a pushy sale, even if that means you get to maintain your friendship. Once everyone finds out the truth, you'll begin to realize how predictable everything has become. To my old best friend, this letter is not addressed to Zeal, it is for someone else. I am not going to say your name here. I owe it to the good memories we have, and they were real to me. I do not know anymore if they were real to you, but I need to say this. Because you abandoned me and betrayed me. We have blocked each other everywhere, and this is the only place left. I know these things. I always have. I remember the hot pot dinner. It was my first time. We were all together, a whole table of friends, and the soup touched my finger and I dropped my plate and it splattered on everyone's aprons. Every single person at the table turned to me and asked if I was okay, that it was fine, that it didn't matter. They were kind about it. They reassured me while I sat there anxious and embarrassed. You were the only one at that table who gave me a death stare. You thought I didn't notice. I noticed. I noticed those things. I always did. I just loved you anyway. I remember sitting with you in your hotel room when you told me you were jealous that I had made it and you had not. I hugged you. I told you that you would make it too, that I would support you however I could, that you would meet people at the event who would change things for you. I meant every word. That is who I was to you. You saw me as a burden anyway. You took what I said to you in private, the things I said when I was furious at the way the dev team had treated me, the things I told my best friend in confidence, and you sent it to them. You added them behind my back. You let me keep talking to you while you were feeding it back to them. You used my own words, my own language out of context to make me look unstable. I do not know if it was jealousy. I do not know if it was bitterness or wanted to take my place with them. I genuinely do not know what you're thinking. What I do know is what you did after my suicide attempt. You made fun of it on your private Instagram. You went around telling people it was for show, that I did it for attention. You of all people, who sat in front of me and admitted you were jealous of me, who I held and thought it was going to be okay, used the worst night of my life as something to mock. As someone who seeks attention the way you do, your reflection cannot be placed onto me. On accountability. He thought my loyalty could be bought, that the money, the platform, the success of the game would be enough to keep me under his boot forever, for as long as I can remember. I lack self-respect. It was not until recently through therapy that I began to realize how much I am worth. It's never too late to wake up. Zeal plays dumb, so he does not have to take the blame for his actions, and therefore, he gets other people to help him manage his life and feelings. Zeal, you need everyone to feel sorry for you, and you need them to protect and defend you. You are an unaccountable person. Full stop. It is not my job to protect him from the consequences of his own choices anymore. The consequences of those choices belong to him now. I finally have realized that he will never accept what he did to me was dramatic and painful and will forever affect my life. He will always look at himself in the mirror and see a misunderstood guy. He will never reflect. As much as it hurt me at first, it fortunately does not anymore. I've given up on him.